So Jeffrey started. What's up, everybody?
Lil Wayne tattooed his face. He's the first one. Jeffrey has tattoos on his face. Jeffrey changed the clothing. He took what Lil Wayne did, and Jeffrey wore tight fitting pants. He's the first. He did that because when he would take his ill-fitting clothing from his sisters, they were tight jeans. Jeffrey wore tight necklaces. He wore dresses. He realized in order to become successful and to accomplish his mission of breaking those bonds, he had to capture people's experiences and make it interesting, both musically and creating a brand. He's advertising. Jeffrey was called Little Jeff. His father is Jeffrey Williams Sr. He was called Big Jeff. But Jeffrey is sounding like Lil Wayne. He's trying to emulate Lil Wayne on social media. He called himself Little Jeff and Lil Wayne. He thought that that doesn't sound too good. That's a bridge too far. So Jeffrey wanted to have a performing name. So he looked to Tupac. You will learn that in 1983, the incomparable talent Michael Jackson released a song. It went around the globe. P.Y.T. Pretty Young Thing. About 13 years later, Tupac is featured on a song with Smooth. And that song is P.Y.T. Playa, P-L-A-Y-A, Young Thugs. And on that song, there's a repeat of words. And this really connected with Jeffrey. It's a black man that not too many understand. That's what Jeffrey felt about people with nice color skin. Jeffrey had interest in women, but he never considered himself a player. A player to Jeffrey was somebody who had the girls kind of coming at them at all times. Jeffrey wasn't like that. Jeffrey was shy. He was really tall and really skinny. He was malnourished. His teeth were rotten. There was no money to go to a dentist. And all the sugar from the candy that he ate to keep substance in his body rotted his teeth. So Jeffrey would speak by covering his teeth with his lips, or often speak like this with his hand or his arm over his teeth because he had low self-esteem. He was made fun of and bullied growing up. So he got rid of the player. That was not going to work for him. But he kept the Young Thugs. He got rid of the S. And he became a performer, Young Thug. And from that day forward, he insisted everybody call him Young Thug. On every type of tweet, Facebook, social media of any kind, on any records, he refers to himself as Young Thug. And that fit in to the appearance of the gangster rap. Because most people think about a thug as a criminal. Jeffrey Thug had a different meaning. Now, some of you read books about Tupac and what it meant to be thug life. Thug life, the hate you give little infants, F's, everyone, meaning discrimination and racism hurts all of us. We teach that to our kids. That was not what Thug meant to Jeffrey. Thug meant and means to Jeffrey something very personal. It was his path that he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and his many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness. He would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means. Jeffrey is talented. He worked so hard, he'd outwork everyone. He would stay up all night after night trying to rhyme words, put him to beats. When he had time and the opportunity to go into the studio, he wouldn't leave. He is a prolific creator of music. The neighborhood realized his talent. He was the best rapper in the neighborhood. So Jeffrey was invited to the underage clubs to perform. And he would be the introductory entertainer. He would be able to perform 5 or 10 minutes, $50, get paid $100 sometimes. He's about 17 years old, 2008, 2009. When Jeffrey would leave the establishment, he'd get robbed. And the money was gone. And that money may not be a lot of money to some of you in 2008 or 9, but to Jeffrey, it was food. It was meals for him and his family. The next time Jeffrey went for an event, he did not get armed robbed. There's a man in the community who's a man of influence in the community. He was allegedly the leader of Raise on Cleveland, the supposed gang, rock crew. He was supposedly the leader of the Bloods in that area, in Cleveland Avenue. His name is Quentin Porter. Goes by Boo or Big Boo. And when Jeffrey comes to make the performance, he's no longer there for 5 or 10 minutes. He is the lead performer. He's going to go last. As the time went on, the neighborhood got behind Jeffrey. The rock crew, the Bloods, the whole neighborhood, they would put up signs on the post, come out tomorrow night. Watch our own Young Thug perform at this establishment. The place is sold out now. This is no longer 25, 35 people. There are hundreds of people in the club. There are hundreds of people in the parking lot trying to get into the club. There are hundreds of people backing up in the streets, all to see Young Thug. The people who own these establishments are making money. They are attracting customers. Word gets out. Jeffrey's no longer just performing in the area that he grew up in the poverty-stricken area. He's now in Atlanta, South Georgia, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee. He is performing all of the time. By 2011, Jeffrey released his first album. It's entitled, I Came From Nothing. And yes, he speaks about killing 12 and people being shot and drugs and drive-by shootings. This is the environment that he grew up in. These are the people he knew. These are the stories he knew. These are the words that he rhymed. This isn't a ballad or a book. These are phrases in a song. And whatever the listener takes from it, you will learn that's what the song means. This is art. This is freedom of speech in America. As the years go on, 2013, 2014, Jeffrey's now 22, 23. It's unbelievable. He has 3 hit songs that are going around the world. Stoner, Danny Glover, and Lifestyle. He is making music videos professionally. He is working with some of the biggest artists in hip hop. It worked. It's unbelievable. He is not running this criminal street gang in Cleveland Avenue area of Cleveland to gain property, money, or power. Jeffrey Williams did it on will and hard work and determination without anybody's help, except the people from that area that he will not turn his back on. By 2014, to today, you will learn Jeffrey Williams has been nominated and won and recognized MTV, United Kingdom, American Soul Train Music Awards. He is a Grammy Award winner. XXL Awards, BET Awards, Billboard Music Awards. Every single year since 2014, that's what he has accomplished. He is not sitting there telling people to kill people. He doesn't need their money. Jeffrey's worth tens of millions of dollars. Jeffrey has been a sponsor for Puma, Calvin Klein. He has been featured on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, GQ magazine, XXL magazine, Paper magazine, Complex magazine, Variety Interview magazine. He is at the top of his craft. Jeffrey is so talented in music, he doesn't only do gangster rap. He does rap, gangster rap. He has hits in country music, popular music or pop music, Latin music, Afro, beats. He's been featured on NPR, Tiny Desk. He's played numerous times on Saturday Night Live, Jimmy Fallon Show. Jeffrey has performed in almost every continent on the earth. He's performed in front of more than 300,000 people that come for him. His social media feed has more than 10 million followers. He's not the creator. He's trying to pull people out of poverty. Jeffrey has performed with the likes of Rihanna, Ed Sheeran, Sir Elton John, Drake, everybody in music. And Jeffrey didn't only stay in music. He did fashion. He's an icon in fashion. He has been to Paris, to Spain, all over Europe at the fashion shows. He has his own clothing lines. People are walking around the earth today with Jeffrey's picture tattooed on their calves, on their shoulders. They have his lyrics on their bodies. YSL, when Jeffrey was coming up and making it, Lil Wayne had and repped, talked about Cash Money Records. That's his label. Jeffrey's friends in Cleveland Avenue, they call themselves YSL. Because on the pants, the tight-fitting pants, the women's pants that they're wearing, it says YSL, Yves Saint Laurent. That's where that comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey stands before you, charged with some of the most serious crimes in the state of Georgia. I'd like to go through with you each and every crime that he's charged with in the indictment. The indictment's thick. You're going to have it. At the end of the case, the Honorable Judge Granville will give it to you. You should read it. It's the charging document and it's critical in the case. There are many counts. Most of them Jeffrey's not charged with. But everybody, there were 28 people who the prosecution, through the grand jury, indicted together. They're all in count one. That's why this is a joint trial, because everyone's in count one. That was the decision of the prosecutors. You will learn that Jeffrey doesn't even know most of the people in this indictment. He doesn't know them. They all know him because everybody in that area knows Jeffrey Williams. He is known as the Michael Jordan of that area. He didn't get out and stay away. He tries to come back and give people hope because he knows what it is to be depressed, hungry, and have nothing going for you. The first count is a RICO conspiracy. And the supposed objective that the prosecution charged is that Jeffrey, along with others, had a meeting in the mind. They had an agreement. They have an agenda together. And that they wanted to preserve and protect and enhance the reputation, the power, the territory of YSL. That's the allegation. Jeffrey hasn't lived in the Cleveland Avenue area in a decade, more. He has homes from Los Angeles to Atlanta. But they charge him with, he wants the reputation, power, territory of the enterprise by obtaining money, weapons, or other property. Jeffrey needs no money from somebody on robbing someone of a car or doing a $30 drug deal or even $100 million drug. He's got his own source of legitimate income. So RICO conspiracy, there are then what's called overt acts. The judge will charge you on the law, but there are 191 overt acts. And those are separate instances that the prosecution said they're going to prove. Most of them don't include Jeffrey. But the ones that do, I'd like to go through with you. And I've broken it up into 3 categories because an overt act can be a crime. It doesn't have to be a crime, so I then wrote chats, social media, any type of statement, because the prosecution has been investigating Jeffrey for a decade. They have all of his personal chats. You think you're talking to somebody on Facebook in a personal chat? They have all of his thoughts. They put these in the indictment. The third category are lyrics. So I'd like to go through them with you. First is going to be supposed crimes, and these are the overt acts that you will see that involve Jeffrey. As you can see, Jeffrey has never been convicted of a crime. He stands before you, he's not a convicted felon. He can vote, he can carry a gun, he can be on a jury. But now, these acts are embedded in the indictment. So let's start with the first one. So this is September 9th of 2013. Jeffrey just turned the age of 22. And he's driving in a car, and he gets stopped, of course, for failure to maintain a lane. And the police officer comes up to the car, and Jeffrey doesn't have a license, doesn't have a valid driver's license. So now he's under arrest. Police officer says he sees pills, Xanax pills, 7 of them, on the console. Police officer searches the car, and underneath the front passenger seat, there's no passenger, is a gun. That weapon comes back stolen from Andrew and Ann Phillips months before. There's no evidence that Jeffrey's involved in that burglary of the Phillips home. There's no evidence Jeffrey ever touched that gun. You're not going to hear any type of DNA, fingerprints. In fact, Jeffrey says, that's not my gun. Police officer wants to know, whose gun is it? Jeffrey's not talking to police. So Jeffrey gets arrested. That case got dismissed. But 10 years ago now, it's an overt act for you to consider. You will learn that this stop was video recorded and audio recorded. But the City of Atlanta Police Department, the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County, I demanded that. They can't find it. So you're going to rely on a report of an officer who doesn't remember this incident. That's it. That's an act in furtherance of a conspiracy. That's the entirety of that first overt act. The next one. This is overt act 5 through 7. You may notice that Jeffrey's not even alleged to be in this overt act, but now you're going to hear Jeffrey's supposed involvement. This is 2 days later. It's September 11th, an infamous day in America. It's 2013. Jeffrey was arrested, if you remember, from the last overt act, September 9th, 2013. He made bond, he just got out. Walter Murphy, he grew up with Jeffrey. He's one of the people that would exchange dirty clothing with Jeffrey. You will learn that they would have no money between them. One of them would come across $1. They would split the food that they could buy with that $1 together. Walter Murphy is with a person named Adrian Bean and Fred Plethora. And there is an armed robbery of Mr. Dotson. Gunfire went out. Police are always in this area. So when the gunfire was heard, police respond immediately. Adrian Bean is driving the car. This is a car that he borrowed from a friend. This has nothing to do with Jeffrey. He commits a crime in someone else's car. Adrian Bean almost kills a police officer, almost runs him over, driving so recklessly, high rate of speed, goes across a neighbor's lawn, over an embankment. The car is now airborne. It goes over, you'll see pictures, goes over a parked police car in a parking lot and slams into the side of a laundromat. The car crashes. Mr. Plethora is shot. Police are firing at the car. Mr. Murphy is shot. Mr. Bean runs away. He's captured. Mr. Bean, you will learn, is told, hey, we believe there was a fourth person in that car. If you make that young thug, we'll go lenient on him. Adrian Bean is in the Fulton County Jail talking with his wife. He said, I should have ran the way Thug ran. He got away. That's recorded anytime an inmate, a person is incarcerated, in a jail. Most of the time, if they're speaking with a pastor, a lawyer, their calls are being recorded. You will learn that Mr. Bean also stated on a recorded call, they gave us a story to tell. Mr. Bean is interviewed 4 days later, September 17, 2013, by Detective Quinn, City of Atlanta Police Department. Detective Quinn it's a big case because police officers are discharging their weapons. People are getting shot. Detective Quinn interviews Adrian Bean. And Adrian Bean tells him, they talk about this recording. Adrian Bean tells him, I lied to my wife. Everything on those recordings are not true. Jeffrey was never arrested for this. He was never charged for this. He was never prosecuted for this. He's not even in our indictment on Overt Act 5, 6, or 7. But now, we're going to hear from Mr. Bean. That's it for the next one. Somehow that furthered this conspiracy. Jeffrey was not even charged. Next Overt Act is January 7th of 2015. Now, this is a larger part of our case, probably. God forbid, Donovan Thomas is going to be killed 3 days later. It's going to be January 10th of 2015. And in order to understand this rental car, and there's nothing clearly wrong with renting a car. But in order to understand this rental car, and then 3 days later, the killing of Donovan Thomas, you have to understand some background. So we're shortly before New Year's of 2015. And there's a man named Kenneth Copeland. He goes by Woody. And Kenneth Copeland is not friends with Jeffrey Williams. He uses Jeffrey Williams, just like a lot of people. Because Kenneth Copeland wants to be famous and have money. So he leeches on to Jeffrey Williams about a year before that. Well, Kenneth Copeland is a criminal. He is a notorious criminal. In fact, you will learn that he was ranked one of the 10 most violent people in Georgia by the federal prosecutor here in Atlanta. That is Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland breaks into cars. He steals the property they're in. Donovan Thomas is the head of a gang called IF, Inglewood Family. Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey are friends. Jeffrey's friends with everybody. It promotes him. And Jeffrey tries to help other people at the same time. Kenneth Copeland breaks into Donovan Thomas's car. And he takes his expensive chain, Donovan Thomas's wallet, his driver's license, and Donovan Thomas's cellular telephone. Donovan Thomas calls his cellular telephone. Kenneth Copeland answers the call on Donovan Thomas's phone. Kenneth Copeland changes his voice, tries to disguise his voice, but Donovan Thomas knows it's Kenneth Copeland. Donovan Thomas has people on the street. And he tells Kenneth Copeland, "You have my stuff. I'm coming to get it back." And Kenneth Copeland says, "Yeah, I'm glad."
Save thousands on solar and battery systems for a limited time with Baker Home Energy. For over 86 years, Southern Californians have trusted one company to help them efficiently manage their home energy. Baker Home Energy. Solar, battery, air conditioning.
And they display guns. Kenneth Copeland's not alone. He's with his brother. They're really not related, but they call themselves brothers. His name is Deamonte Garlington. Deamonte Garlington and Kenneth Copeland are like this. They are inseparable. Deamonte Garlington and Kenneth Copeland are together. When Donovan Thomas comes, he makes it known that Kenneth Copeland is on the menu. Meaning Kenneth Copeland is going to be first. He just stole Donovan Thomas's property. It is now January 6th. It's really January 5th. It's a Monday night going into Tuesday morning, January 6th of 2010. It's going to be the day before this first rental car. And Kenneth Copeland is with a lot of people. Jeffrey's there. Jeffrey was performing on stage at Club Crucial. Monday night was Club Crucial night. That's where they all went. And Kenneth Copeland goes in the back, in the kitchen area, and he's met there by a man named Kelvin Watts. He goes by Shell Kel, and who's a half-brother of Donovan Thomas, and other people who are affiliated with Donovan Thomas, and Kenneth Copeland gets beat. He has bumps on his head, his eye is injured, he's being kicked. No one does that to Kenneth Copeland. Copeland's the person who puts the bumps on the head, injures the person, kicks him. Kenneth Copeland's mad. And you will learn that Kenneth Copeland then went on a mission. He went to every place that he knew that Donovan Thomas or one of his brothers or friends were, or family members, and he would shoot at them with his weapon. On the 7th day of January 2015, Kenneth Copeland told Jeffrey, I'm going to be with my child, just born. The mother of my child, her name is Miss Quarterman. And I don't want to be driving around in the typical car I drive around in, Dodge Charger. Can I use one of your rental cars? Jeffrey does this for everybody. People need to take someone to a doctor. People want to go out of the state. They don't have transportation. He rents cars all the time. Jeffrey says, yeah, there's a rental car here. It's a Corvette. Kenneth Copeland says, that's a two-seater. My child has a baby seat. That's too small. Jeffrey rents a car at the Atlanta airport on the evening of January 7, 2015, along with Kenneth Copeland. After they drop off the Corvette, the same location. This rental car is in Jeffrey's name. When they leave the rental car location, Kenneth Copeland wants to pick up his brother, Deamonte in Garlington. And after Jeffrey is dropped off, Jeffrey does not see that Infiniti vehicle until after the killing of Donovan Thomas. That Infiniti vehicle, that rental car, is in the possession, the control of Kenneth Copeland that whole time. The 8th of January, Kenneth Copeland is shooting at Donovan Thomas and his friends, associates. He's using this Infiniti vehicle. He's using another vehicle. He is on a spree. It's now January 10th of 2015. There's a New England Patriot, Baltimore Raven playoff football game. It's Saturday evening. Donovan Thomas is watching the game from inside a barbershop with a lot of other people, his friends. At approximately 7:22 that evening, Saturday, January 10th, 2015, Donovan Thomas is outside of that barbershop. His Chevrolet Tahoe is parked in that parking lot. Car drives by. You'll see a video, a surveillance video from the stores. You'll see sparks. It's gunfire. Donovan Thomas is struck. Fatally. The EMTs try to save him. He's taken to Grady Hospital. Surgery after surgery, and he leaves us. 2 other people were shot as well, but their injuries were not fatal. Later that day, that evening, Jeffrey you will learn, is in negotiations with his record label. They want to give Jeffrey over $800,000 up front. And the contract's worth millions to produce these records. That's what Jeffrey was working on. He was working on a music video. No one's going to say that Jeffrey was at that scene of the shooting. But later, Kenneth Copeland, when he's arrested, he tells the police lie after lie after lie after lie. Kenneth Copeland says Jeffrey Williams was involved in that shooting. Although Kenneth Copeland said, I don't know anything about it, I'm just telling you what I heard. Kenneth Copeland's one of those liars in the neighborhood that everyone knows, that becomes a witness, swears to tell God's honest truth. You will learn that after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, his associates did not take that well. Immediately, word on the street is that Kenneth Copeland, Moody, is responsible. Kenneth Copeland, it's now after 10 p.m., it's hours after shooting. He's then at Jeffrey's home, along with a lot of people. They're all scared they're going to be killed. They're all telling, I had nothing to do with it. Jeffrey, you will learn, he's friends with Donovan Thomas. Jeffrey puts Donovan Thomas in his music videos. Donovan Thomas invited Jeffrey just recently to come into his neighborhood to shoot a music video with him in it. Jeffrey's not happy. He is sad. Kenneth Copeland says, the police are calling Kenneth Copeland. The police are right on him. You will learn, and it's on recording, that Kenneth Copeland goes into the police station later that morning, so it's a very early morning hours, January 11th of 2015, and he's with Detective Thorpe. Detective Thorpe is recording this. And Kenneth Copeland says, yeah, I got your call. I was at Jeffrey Williams' house, Thug's house. Everyone knows Jeff. And I told him that the police won't talk to him. But Jeffrey said, you had nothing to do with this. You should go talk to the police. That's what Jeffrey said. Detective Thorpe asked Kenneth Copeland, this is hours after the killing. Do you have anything to do with a rental car, an Infinity rental car? Were you in an accident in an Infinity rental car? And Kenneth Copeland says, no. He's just a liar. Kenneth Copeland tells Detective Thorpe, earlier today, during the time of the killing, I was at the Green Store. The Green Store is like a grocery store. It's green in color. It's called the Green Store. It's not far from where Donovan Thomas was got killed. You will learn that there's video surveillance inside and outside of the Green Store. Supposedly, Detective Thorpe, who is a qualified law enforcement officer, he's been doing this forever. I'm being told that, no, we never got the video of the Green Store to support the supposed alibi of Kenneth Copeland. No one corroborates Kenneth Copeland who really was. You will learn that Kenneth Copeland eventually says, it's now June of 2015, gets rearrested. He doesn't want to be in jail. He speaks with the police. He's now with Detective Dennis Detective Gaither, also City of Atlanta police officers. They're detectives with the gang unit homicide. Kenneth Copeland said, oh yeah, the night of the killing, Donnie Thomas, I wasn't involved. But I saw Jeffrey Williams. He's at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. I saw him with all these other people. And then I followed him to his home. It's about 8 o'clock at night. There are videos at the McDonald's. They don't have any video. They never bother to get any video. We even try. But we have phone records. And phone records can show that they're not GPS. This is not like you're within 5 feet of this area if you call E911 or something. But it gives you range, maybe 1.5 miles, maybe more. It tells you which tower you're hitting off of. Kenneth Copeland tells the police, I followed Jeffrey Williams' car to his house about 8 o'clock. That's not true. When you track Kenneth Copeland's phone record, he doesn't go near Jeffrey. He doesn't see Jeffrey that night. He doesn't follow Jeffrey home. He doesn't go to Jeffrey's home till after 10. This is all a lie. Kenneth Copeland was told by the police, we want Thug. That's how he gets a deal. Because Kenneth Copeland was also told, you're an armed career criminal. You're going to spend 25 years in federal custody for having a gun. You're going to be dying in the state of Georgia custody because we're going to charge you with gang crime after gang crime after gang crime. But you can help yourself out. On Kenneth Copeland's word, Jeffrey Williams stands here concerning that overt act. So Jeffrey Williams rents a car in his own name to use in a homicide of his friend. Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, they're all at Jeffrey's home, and they're all scared. They're saying, Donovan Thomas' friends are going to kill us. They think we're involved. Jeffrey gives money to Antonio Sledge so he and his family can get a hotel room and not suffer a potential drive-by shooting. Because Kenneth Copeland said they're all going to be killed. Kenneth Copeland made them all supposed targets by the IF gang. Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Jackson, Deamonte Kendrick, others go down to Miami shortly after the shooting. Jeffrey was performing. Jeffrey wanted them to be safe, not get hurt until people calm down. Jeffrey then sent them back to Atlanta. Jeffrey then went on tour, because you will learn by April 2015, Jeffrey did his first nationwide tour. He did with a performer known as Travis Scott. In the summer of 2015, Jeffrey then toured Europe, performing there, and going to fashion shows. Jeffrey Williams is not involved. On the next overt act, you will see these are the people. This is overt act number 17 and 18 and 19 and 20. And this is charging murder and then attempted murder for shooting the second person who was shot that night, and then the third person, Mr. Sanders, who was shot that night. and then participation in criminal street gang activity, you may notice that the overt act doesn't even include Jeffrey. No one charges Jeffrey with murder, but here we are. The next overt act is April 26th, 2015. Jeffrey is touring. He is performing. He's in Louisiana. Lil Wayne, his idol, Jeffrey idolizes him, came out against Jeffrey, called him gay. Jeffrey did a promotional social media release where there's people with guns on either side of him, and Jeffrey's saying, come to this concert, we'll see what happens, come on to the concert. Jeffrey was told to do that video and release by his management team. Because when Lil Wayne says don't listen to his music, that impacts him. Lil Wayne is bigger than Jeffrey Williams at that time. So this creates interest in fans. You will learn that this is part of being involved in hip hop or rap. There's all these battles going across social media. It generates interest, much like the NFL have rivalries with the Saints and the Falcons, and how much they hate each other. It is generating advertising, it's branding. Jeffrey is in Louisiana. Here in Atlanta, Lil Wayne has a tour bus, and he performs concert, and his tour bus was fired upon and struck. There's zero evidence Jeffrey's involved. Zero. Jeffrey's not even named. Now you're going to hear about it. Because Jeffrey's the king slime. He just controls everybody, even without any evidence to support it. Because that's the theory of the prosecution and the police who have targeted Jeffrey Williams. The next overt act is July 7th of 2015. Jeffrey is at Perimeter Mall, that's located in DeKalb County. And he's in the mall and he's buying 50 to 100 sneakers, brand new sneakers. And he's going to do a video shoot. And he's going back to Cleveland Avenue where the children don't have proper footwear. He's going to give out these sneakers and allow the children to be in a video shoot. So that's why he's at the Perimeter Mall. He's there with friends of his. And he's on a Segway scooter. It's like an electric skateboard. And the mall security comes over and tells Jeffrey and his friends, and you'll see video of this, they have to leave the mall. You can't have a Segway inside the mall. Well, Jeffrey leaves the mall. But the security officers follow him. They follow Jeffrey and his friends to Jeffrey's Jaguar. And the security won't let Jeffrey leave. Won't let his friends leave. They're standing around the Jaguar. They can't shut the door to the Jaguar. They can't pull out. And they tell Jeffrey, you're waiting here. You're going to have to be here. They tell Jeffrey's friend, we're going to get a criminal trespass warrant for you. Allegedly, someone inside the car said, I'm going to go home, get a gun, and come back and shoot you in the face. That's the allegation. The security guards then supposedly step back, the car drives away. Nobody is shot. There's no incident. Jeffrey gets arrested on that. DeKalb County prosecutors dismissed that case. It was not even indicted. Now you have it here before you. The next overt act dealing with crime is September 24th of 2017. Jeffrey's with Sergio Kitchens. Sergio Kitchens is an unbelievably well-known musical performer. His performing name is Gunna. And he and Jeffrey both are under YSL. That's Jeffrey's record label. They signed Sergio Kitchens for Gunna. There's a third person in that car. His name is Cedric Jones. The car is going to Peachtree DeKalb Airport. It gets pulled over for a window tint violation. The officer gets Jeffrey out of the car and handcuffs Sergio Kitchens out of the car and handcuffs Cedric Jones out of the car. Police search the car. They find in the car supposed methamphetamine, supposed hydrocodone, marijuana, and a stolen firearm. Jeffrey was on his way to perform at the Jimmy Fallon show that night. Cedric Jones said, I packed that stuff. Somehow that is now influencing and perpetuating and moving this supposed YSL conspiracy. That's the overt act. The next one. May 18, 2018. Jeffrey is driving a Porsche. Sergio Kitchens is in the front passenger seat. Supposedly Jeffrey is speeding. Supposedly there's another car that's in tandem speeding. Both cars get pulled over by police. There's videos. Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens are asked to get out of the car. They're asked if there are guns in the car. They say yes. There are guns in the car. Police get them out of the car. Any drugs in the car? No. Police have Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens on the side of the road. Go through Jeffrey's car. They run the guns. The guns are lawful. The police put the guns in the trunk of the car. Tell Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens, you're free to go. Give Jeffrey a speeding ticket. Jeffrey's driving away. He stops the police. Inquires about what's going to happen with the other gentleman in the other car. Police say, no. You're going to jail. They have in the car weapons, 30-round magazines. It's not in Jeffrey's car. There's going to be zero evidence that Jeffrey put those guns in the car, knew those guns were in the car, had anything to do with them. That's your overt act. The next crime is an overt act. This is the date of Jeffrey's arrest. So it's broken up into several overt acts. So I grouped them. This is overt act 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, and 188. And what you'll see here is they're just different items. So Jeffrey's home is surrounded on March 9th of 2020 by law enforcement. Law enforcement has tremendous military power. Law enforcement takes control of the scene, the area. Jeffrey and more than a dozen people are in the house. You will learn that Jeffrey doesn't live at the house often. But other people live there all the time. They take care of the house. They don't leave a house unattended. The house has a lot of Jeffrey's awards that you'll see. And in the house, law enforcement finds a small amount of cocaine. I'm talking about a small amount of cocaine. They find codeine, lots of codeine. Codeine's cough syrup. People drink it if you get high. They're very addictive. Marijuana in the house. And firearms. Other people had access to this home. Other people lived at this home. You will have no evidence that Jeffrey ever touched a firearm. Those are the overt acts involving Jeffrey. And somehow that furthered this conspiracy to create territory and property and money and respect and reputation. The next series of overt acts deal with videos that are released on the internet, photographs on the internet, chats. These are not released on the internet. The chats are personal. So this is when you really know what Jeffrey's talking with people, and then conversation. So the first one is November 3rd of 2014. That is Jeffrey in the red sweatshirt. That is Mr. Copeland. That's Kenneth Copeland, Woody, in the white sweatshirt. And they're wearing different colors. And the RG is Rich Gang. That is a musical gang, a musical artist. Rich Homie Quan, man named Brian Williams, Birdman, Jeffrey Williams. They had lifestyle that went across the world. Success. And Jeffrey is holding up his fingers. Suppose that's a YSL. That's what he's doing. He's wearing red clothing. That's the overt act. Jeffrey didn't release that. That's not his Instagram releasing it. But that's the overt act. The next one is January 3rd of 2015. That is Mr. Deamonte Garlington in the red with the glasses on. That is Jeffrey, closest to us. There's money on that table. There's a double cup, styrofoam cup. And it says that Jeffrey posed for a photograph. Jeffrey's not even looking at the camera. Jeffrey didn't release that on social media. He didn't post it. That is Mr. Garlington. And that's Mr. Garlington's "We Ain't Going Back and Forth." Mr. Garlington and Mr. Copeland are brothers. They consider themselves one. What happens January 3rd, 2015? It's an important date. Shortly before New Year's, you will remember that Kenneth Copeland stole Jonathan Thomas's chain, expensive chain, his driver's license, his wallet, and his cell phone. That's Mr. Garlington saying, "We ain't going back and forth." That's the overt act. Dealing with Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey didn't even post it. Next one is January 26, 2015. Again, this is Mr. Garlington. Now, what I'm showing you, by the way, are the overt acts from the indictment. You'll have the indictment. These are language of the indictment. And this goes to a video you will see. And it's Jeffrey. By this time, his teeth, his rotten teeth are covered with gold. He's trying to fix himself, make himself a better image. It is 16 days after Jonathan Thomas is killed. And it says, Jeffrey's saying, so an A lies to their kids, lies to their mamas, lie to their brothers and sisters, then get right in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all ends need to be effing killed, bro, from me and YSL. It's exactly what Jeffrey's been thinking all the time. The criminal justice system is out of control. But what do you learn here? First of all, Mr. Garlington released that on his Instagram, not Jeffrey. Second of all, when was the video made by Jeffrey? Was it made, as the state told you, 16 days after Donovan Thomas's killing, and therefore somehow it's relevant to this murder? You will learn that that video was in existence before Donovan Thomas was ever killed. That is a repost. That is a repost by Mr. Garlington. The prosecutors, the police, are misrepresenting the evidence. What does happen on January 26, 2015, though, is Donovan Thomas's close associate. He's also a very well-known musical performer. His name's Mr. Bennett. He goes by YFN Lucci. His mother's house. He's shot at. His mother, Mr. Bennett's mother, YFN Lucci's mother, is shot, as well as her boyfriend. That's what happens on January 26, 2015. This is released by Mr. Garland. Because everybody wants to associate with Jeffrey. He's the only one who got out of that area. Everyone talks about him. You're going to see in the chats, they don't even know him. Hey, if I do this, how much will Jeffrey pay me? Hey, if I do this, will Jeffrey take me on tour? Hey, if I do this, will Jeffrey do this? Can I get Jeffrey's number? Can I come to his house? Will he buy me jewelry? They use Jeffrey. This has nothing to do with Donovan Thomas. But that's what you're being told. The next one is February 9th, 2015. Jeffrey is in a car. You'll see the video. He's singing. He's singing. And he's making signs with his hands that the prosecuting police say are gang signs. I can make gang signs. This is America. I can speak favorably to the Bloods, to the Crips, to Donald Trump, to anybody. That's the overt act, and Jeffrey didn't even release it. This is on Mr. Garlington, who Mr. Garlington wrote, "You did 30. YSL coming soon." Instead of the C for the Crips, you remove the C if you're in favor of the Bloods, and you use another letter, sometimes a B, this one used an X. You will learn that in the YSL gang, it's now called a hybrid gang, because there's not only Bloods, there's Crips, there's anybody who wants to come, no rules. But now the experts in the Atlanta Police Department, that's the only experts, they're all the same, the Atlanta Police Department. Now it's a hybrid gang. That is the overt act. It's not written by Jeffrey, it's not released by Jeffrey, but they want you to fear music that talks about killing, drugs. It is art. If you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it. But this is America. It is art. And you will learn that rap is the most listened to music in the world. It's the number one. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We don't fear this, we encourage it. It generates money. It puts people to work. It's not meant for brainwashing. It's whatever the consumer chooses. It's art. It's like reading a book, looking at a painting, watching a movie, reading poetry. It's what you believe it to be. That's what we do, as opposed to Russia. They stop all communications. They censor. The next overt act is March 20, 2015. Jeffrey is with Shannon Stillwell, Deamonte Kendrick, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Arnold. And they are using their hands to make signs. That's the overt act that furthers, that drives this conspiracy. That's it. Jeffrey didn't even release that photograph. Who releases it? Mr. Garland. Next. It's almost New Year's 2017. Antonio Sumlin also comes from the impossible life that Jeffrey was born into. He's with Jeffrey. There's a social media captioned "Original Slime SHI." And Jeffrey saying "Murder Gang BIT." And holding up his fingers, his YSL, until we're dead and hell. That's the overt act. That's driving this conspiracy. The next is August 8th of 2019. That is Mr. Bennett. He's a very, very, very prominent musical performer, rap, gangster rap. It's August 8th, 2019. And this is Jeffrey's post. Jeffrey did post this. And he wrote, YFN, meaning Mr. Bennett, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, and capitalized, I would have been kill you. That's supposed to be this rival, this leader of the YSL, the King Slime, against Yak Gang. And here we go. What they don't tell you, but what you will learn, is the day before, Jeffrey released an album called So Much Fun. YFN Lucy criticized that album in social media, that it's awful. And what you also will learn is that in 2016, years before, YFN Lucy, he's not as high as Jeffrey. He does not have as much fan base or interest. He doesn't make the money that Jeffrey does. So YFN Lucy does what all these rappers do. They attach to somebody bigger to promote themselves. Jeffrey did that too. He did it with Lil Wayne. He did it with others. In 2016, Mr. Bennett, or YFN Lucy, he released on social media that he has been having sex with Jeffrey's fiance. So King Slime, all these years, this man saying that he sleeps with Jeffrey's fiance goes unharmed. Nothing done. This is the post that Jeffrey says, and it's a real threat. If I didn't like what you do for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you. It doesn't sound too much of a threat. That's the overt act. The next one It's March 12th of 2020. Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. Now, this is not social media. These are actually conversations that the prosecution subpoenaed from Google or from Instagram or from Twitter or from Facebook. You get all of Jeffrey's statements. This is very invasive. And what happened right before this, and if you look at the date, this is right before COVID hit in 2020 in America. Sergio Kitchens has a dear friend, co-worker. He is a producer, an engineer, musical engineer. So Sergio Kitchen performs, this other person turns the music, the beats, makes it right, changes lyrics, does whatever they do. This producer or engineer's name is Chandler Durham. He goes by Turbo. And Turbo's car is sold. And in that car are beats, lyrics that cannot be reproduced. They're the only copy. They're on in a hard drive in his car. The car's stolen. And it is alleged that Mr. Huey's friends or acquaintances or people that Mr. Huey knew took that car. Not that Mr. Huey did it, but that he knew who did do it, who has that property. And Jeffrey writes to him, if you don't take it back, he's gonna die. Give back your property. You will learn that no one died. You will learn that the property was never given back. That is the real leader of this feared criminal street gang. He's ignored. That's it. That's March 12th, 2020. The next one is February 4th, 2021. Now this again is the personal chat. Trintavia Stevens, he grew up with Jeffrey. They exchanged clothing, dirty clothing. They went hungry together. And Woonie Lee is also a up-and-coming musical artist that Jeffrey wanted to sign, but Woonie Lee went to another record label. Jeffrey supports him to encourage his career. And this is February 4th of 2021. And what the indictment did by the prosecution through the grand jury is they put this together, and this is bad. I understand when you read it.
Objection, Your argument.
Thank you. This reads, YSL rule the world, kid. 24M on an N head. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all and stop playing with me. So when you read that, it sounds like there's a contract on someone's head. Kill him, start bringing me the money. Stop playing with me. That's threatening. What you will learn is what the prosecutor did was they took these checks from various days. This is over a 3-day period. This is February 4th, 2021, all the way up to February 7th of 2021. And they cut out all of the context. And what you will learn is that on February 4th of 2021, Jeffrey wrote, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N's head. What happened on February 4th, 2021, that was released on social media and went around the world, is one of Jeffrey's artists that he signed, who developed, he encouraged, and who made it. This person had a supposed, maybe it's real, supposed $24 million pink diamond and had it surgically implanted into his forehead. There is a photograph Next to YSL Rule the World Kid, 24M on an N's head, there's a photograph. If you click on it, it is the rapper with the surgically implanted pink diamond in his forehead. The police bury this. The prosecution buries this. I will show it to you. Now, the evidence will show, they may say, oh, it's on. You may say, there's no mistakes here. This is a big deal. This is a bill of indictment in Fulton County, Georgia in 2023.
Your Honor, argument.
That is misrepresenting. You will learn. You will see it. It has nothing to do with put a contract on someone's life. That's the evidence that's coming at you. Y'all, and stop playing with me. When you read, this is a long chat. These people are struggling. Trontavious Stevens is struggling. He's sharing a home with other people. They're trying to pay rent. They're working jobs. These are hard jobs to work. They're trying to save money, trying to eat, trying to take care of their kids. And Trontavious Stevens is in the chat saying, I paid the rent last month. Jeffrey doesn't live with these people. He's just included in the chat. He's hardly on these chats. And Trontavious Stevens is complaining. And he's saying, give me the money for the rent. We gotta pay the rent. I paid it last month. Everyone's supposed to put the money on the stove, in the kitchen. No, I'm doing what you said you do. We live together. And Jeffrey said, y'all start just bringing me your money. I'll pay the rent. Y'all stop playing. That's the overdebt. That's furthering this conspiracy. That's what they did to that man. The next overt act is May 13th of 2021. This is the chat. It's again, these are the personal conversation not supposed to be seen. These are not released on social media. It's like a wiretap. This is supposed to be between these people. And it's Mr. Martinez Arnold. By the way, he's a Crip. He's in YSL. Crips are blue, but that's why it's a hybrid gang. Everything moves to make it fit Jeffrey. Now it's a YSL gang that's hybrid. Martinez Arnold, Miles Farley, Quantavious Greer, that's Jeffrey's brother. Wani Lee, you just learned about him, he's an up-and-coming rapper, signed to another label. Jeffrey's promoting his career. He's not even signed to Jeffrey's label. Jeffrey's promoting him. Trontavious Stevens, you learned about him, grew up with Jeffrey. Antonio Sumlin and Jeffrey. It's May 13, 2021. And Jeffrey wrote, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Y'all ends getting soft. Well, that sounds bad. But what you will learn is the conversation was about Trontavious Stevens complaining to another person who's in that chat. That other person tried to sleep with Trontavious Stevens' girlfriend. And the other person told Trontavious Stevens' girlfriend, Trontavious Stevens is cheating on you with another girl. And Trontavious Stevens and this other man are leveling each other over this chat. And they're going back and forth, and this goes on a long time. And Jeffrey, they're acting like kids. And Jeffrey wrote, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Y'all getting soft. He's talking to people that he tries to help and that he's known all his life. That is the overt act. He is totally taking to mislead you. I will present the evidence. And there's no apology accepted when they say, oh, yeah, you're out of context, we made a mistake. There's no mistake here. They built a theory. They have an agenda. This is wrong.
Objection, argument.
Next one. September 1, 2021. Mr. Mender is in the Fulton County Jail. When you're in the Fulton County Jail, not only are your jail calls, like a telephone call, recorded, but you can do things with loved ones where you can actually see them, like a FaceTime. Or I guess that's Zoom. But they're recorded. So it's about a 16-minute call, and then it breaks off. It just, you can't talk longer than that on the jail call. You got to call back and pay more money. And Mr. Mender is speaking with Mr. Huey. And the conversation starts with Mr. Huey driving in a car. You'll see this. And Mr. Mender is on his iPad or Mac or whatever device he has. And Mr. Huey meets Jeffrey Williams at a jewelry store. Jeffrey has an image. He's very, very visible. He wants to be visible. It promotes his brand. He wears gigantic jewelry all the time. His face tattoos, his tattoos on his body of the bloods, of 5 stars, of his kids' names. He has 6 children. His brothers and sisters' names. Of the struggles he's been through. Jonesboro South. And Mr. Huey goes into the jewelry store. And Jeffrey walks up. So now you see Jeffrey in the viewfinder, in the video. And he sees Mr. Mender. And Mr. Mender knows that Mr. Huey's in a jewelry store because Mr. Huey before that's shown him. And Mr. Mender says to Jeffrey, "Hey, I need something." And Jeffrey points to Mr. Huey. He says, "Speak with him," and walks away. Jeffrey's on that video audio for 31 seconds. That promotes the RICO conspiracy, that Jeffrey dares to speak with a person who's in custody and treat them well. He didn't buy anything for him. Jeffrey walked away. That's the next overhead. The next one is September 4th of 2021, so a couple days later. And Jeffrey is with Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey puts on his Instagram, it's not Jeffrey's post. Mr. Huey was in custody shortly before this. And he wrote, "From lockdown to a jet, Slack is." So Jeffrey poses for the photograph. Jeffrey's not even looking at the photographer. Jeffrey doesn't post this. That somehow promotes this conspiracy. This violent, territorial, money-gathering, reputation-building, fear-producing conspiracy. That's the overt act. The next overt act is November 14, 2021. It's again Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams. And Mr. Huey writes, and now this again, this is a private conversation. This is not social media. And Mr. Huey wrote, "You know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama." What the prosecution leaves out is the next line by Mr. Huey, where Mr. Huey writes, "But I don't even know if this is true or not." And Jeffrey writes, "Have you spoken with Gunnar or Sergio Kitchens?" And Mr. Huey responds, "Yes." And what they're talking about, if you remember, right before COVID of 2020, Jeffrey is telling Mr. Huey, get those people to return those beats. Those beats are not ever coming back. They're lost. That is proprietary information. That is valuable art. Here comes.
Mr. Steele, I hate to interrupt you, but you might be time. How much longer do you have? An hour?
We're gonna take a couple of breaks. 10 minutes, okay? All right, we're in recess. All right, go through.
What's up, guys? Yeah, here I am. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sign off. Got to go do some things, but yeah, I think he say an hour. I mean, it's lunch there, so I think they've all got to do that. Sorry, I kind of got a horse in my mouth. I'm doing some things around here this morning, but I thought it was a good opening. I mean, it's such a long trial, and there's so much ahead that who really knows. You know how it's going to play out, but he's definitely telling a story. He's making some memorable lines. I mean, his definition of thug, I think, is kind of taking the internet by by storm right now. That's gotten all the attention. Like the Shade Room reposted one of my tweets and everything. And actually, a friend from college just messaged me. She got a text from her little brother that was just my text. That was my tweet about the thug, and said that he received it from a couple people. So yeah, gosh, I kind of got a little under the weather in the last couple of days. I've just had a lot of things going on around the house that I got to get taken care of, so I didn't have the camera on. But I think for I'm just gonna just leave this thing on while I go do my thing. But I'll definitely sign back on and get situated here, and we'll go over openings when Brian ends this afternoon. So I will see you guys later on. Let me see here.
Welcome back. We're following the racketeering case against rapper Jeffrey Williams, better known as Young Thug. The artist is on trial for participation in a criminal street gang called Young Slime Life, also known as YSL. Right now, we're catching up on the opening statements from Thug's defense attorney, Brian Steele. So let's go back into court and listen to a little bit more of that.
January 6th, really January 5th. It's a Monday night going into Tuesday morning, January 6th of 2010. It's going to be the day before this Hertz rental car. And Kenneth Copeland is with a lot of people. Jeffrey's there. Jeffrey was performing on stage at Club Crucial. Monday night was Club Crucial night. That's where they all went. Kenneth Copeland goes in the back, in the kitchen area. He's met there by a man named Kelvin Watts. He goes by Shell Kel. And there's a half-brother, Donovan Thomas, and other people who are affiliated with Donovan Thomas. And Kenneth Copeland gets beat. He has bumps on his head. His eye is injured. He's being kicked. No one does that to Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland's the person who puts the bumps on the head, injures the person, hits him. Kenneth Copeland's mad. And you will learn that Kenneth Copeland then went on a mission. He went to every place that he knew that Donovan Thomas or one of his brothers or friends were, or family members. He would shoot at them with his weapon. On the 7th day of January 2015, Kenneth Copeland told Jeffrey, I'm going to be with my child who's just born. The mother of my child, her name is Miss Quarterman. And I don't want to be driving around in the typical car I drive around in, Dodge Charger. Can I use one of your rental cars? Jeffrey does this for everybody. People need to take someone to a doctor. People want to go out of the state. They don't have transportation. He rents cars all the time. Jeffrey says, yeah, there's a rental car here. It's a Corvette. And Copeland says, that's a two-seater. My child has a baby seat. That's too small. Jeffrey rents a car at the Atlanta airport on the evening of January 7, 2015, along with Kenneth Copeland. After they drop off the Corvette, same location. This rental car is in Jeffrey's name. When they leave the rental car location, Kenneth Copeland wants to pick up his brother, Deamonte in Garlington. And after Jeffrey is dropped off, Jeffrey does not see that Infiniti vehicle until after the killing of Donovan Thomas. That Infiniti vehicle, that rental car, is in the possession, the control of Kenneth Copeland that whole time. The 8th of January, Kenneth Copeland is shooting Donovan Thomas and his friends, associates. He's using this Infiniti vehicle. He's using another vehicle. He is on a spree. It's now January 10th of 2015. There's a New England Patriot, Baltimore Raven playoff football game. It's Saturday evening. Donovan Thomas was watching the game from inside a barbershop with a lot of other people, his friends. At approximately 7:22 that evening, Saturday, January 10th, 2015, Donovan Thomas is outside that barbershop. His Chevrolet Tahoe is parked in that parking lot. Car drives by. You'll see a video, surveillance video from the stores. You'll see sparks, it's gunfire. Donovan Thomas, failed. The EMTs try to save him. He's taken to Grady Hospital. Surgery after surgery, he leaves us. 2 other people were shot as well, but their injuries were not fatal. Later that day, that evening, Jeffrey, you will learn, is in negotiation with his record label. They want to give Jeffrey over $800,000 up front. And the contract's worth millions to produce these records. That's what Jeffrey was working on. He was working on a music video. No one's going to say that Jeffrey was at that scene of the shooting. But later, Kenneth Copeland, he's arrested. He tells the police lie after lie after lie after lie. Kenneth Copeland says Jeffrey Williams was involved in that shooting. Although Kenneth Copeland said, I don't know anything about him, just tell me what I heard. Kenneth Copeland's one of those liars in the neighborhood that everyone knows, that becomes a witness, whereas he tells God's honest truth. You will learn that after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, his associates did not take that well. Immediately, word on the street is that Kenneth Copeland, Moody, is responsible. Kenneth Copeland, now after 10 p.m., it's hours after shooting, he's then at Jeffrey's home, along with a lot of people. They're all scared they're going to be killed. They're all telling, I had nothing to do with it. Jeffrey, you will learn, is friends with Donovan Thomas. Jeffrey puts Donovan Thomas in his music videos. Donovan Thomas invited Jeffrey just recently to come into his neighborhood to shoot a music video with him in it. Jeffrey's not happy. He is sad. Kenneth Copeland says, the police are calling Kenneth Copeland. The police are right on him. You will learn, and it's on recording, that Kenneth Copeland goes into the police station later that morning, so it's a very early morning hours, January 11th of 2015. He was with Detective Thorpe. Detective Thorpe is recording this. And Kenneth Copeland says, yeah, I got your call. I was at Jeffrey Williams' house, Thug's house. Everyone knows Jeff. And I told him that the police won't talk to you. Jeffrey said, you had nothing to do with this. You should go talk to the police. That's what Jeffrey said. Detective Thorpe asked Kenneth Copeland, This is hours after the killing. Do you have anything to do with a rental car, an Infinity rental car? Were you in an accident in the Infinity rental car? And Kenneth Copeland says, no. It's just
Okay, let's take another little break, and we'll come back on the other end. We'll listen to more of this defense opening statement. Please stay with us.
Dude, you coming?
Alka-Seltzer Plus PowerMax Gels Cold and Flu Relief with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, Winter Warriors with Alka-Seltzer Plus.
High-profile trial against rapper Young Thug began in Atlanta today. Prosecutors in the defense with opening statements in a case with some wide-ranging implications. The trial itself recessed pretty quickly due to a missing juror, but let's look at how this case is unfolding. Young Thug is a chart-topping rapper and a key player in Atlanta's hip-hop scene. He started a record label known as YSL, short for Young Stoner Life. Prosecutors have filed charges telling a very different story. They allege that YSL stands for Young Slime Life and is a gang affiliated with the Bloods, and that Young Thug oversaw and ordered a whole slew of crimes. YSL is frequently mentioned in songs by Young Thug and other acts on his label. The defense argues that the lyrics are just meant to portray a gangster image, but prosecutors won a key advantage earlier this month. The judge in this case ruled that rap lyrics can be used as evidence at trial. Adding to just how broad this case's effects could be, these RICO charges alleging organized crime are the same ones that former President Trump and his associates are facing. Like the Trump case, the YSL case is unfolding in Fulton County, Georgia, in Atlanta. The same district attorney, Fonnie Willis, is leading the case, and it's unfolding in the same courthouse. Court TV's Julia Janae has been covering the YSL trial for us and has a recap on day one.
The state argues that Jeffrey Lamar Williams, who goes by the name Young Thug, that his music collective, YSL, is actually a street gang that has carried out crimes ranging from intimidation and theft to murder for the past 10 years. 6 defendants are on trial, and prosecutor Adrian Love claimed in front of this jury that the Grammy Award-winning rapper Young Thug operated as the gang leader.
YSL, they moved like a pack, with the defendant Jeffrey Williams as its head.
The prosecution in their opening referenced song lyrics that they say are going to be used as evidence at this trial, which has drawn the attention of music enthusiasts and free speech activists who say these charges are targeting protected art. The defense for the YSL members argue those music lyrics are not a confession to any crime, and they lodged several objections during the state openings. The presiding judge clearly frustrated at delays in what is already expected to be the longest trial in state history.
This is stuff we could take care of before our jury comes in, and that makes you all, lessen your ability as advocates and lessen our ability for this jury to go ahead and get this case seamlessly.
All of the defendants in this case have pleaded not guilty as the jury gears up to hear defense openings discrediting this RICO case. Reporting in downtown Atlanta, Julia Janae with Court TV.
Folks, this is just the latest high-profile case in the hip-hop world, as rapper Tory Lanez was sentenced this summer after being found guilty of shooting fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion in 2020. So let's bring in Megan Cuniff to analyze this latest case. She's a legal journalist who joined us during the Tory Lanez trial and others, which she covered extensively. And she's also covering the YSL trial. Megan, good to have you back. One of the things that I want to focus on here, this is another closely watched trial involving a well-known rapper, Young Thug. And there's a pretty big development leading up to today where the AJC reported that the judge is allowing for rap lyrics to be used as evidence in this case. Give me a sense of how big a deal that is.
That was a really big deal. Obviously, it's pretty instrumental evidence in the case, and then just legally, there's so much controversy surrounding the use of rap lyrics in criminal cases like this. There was actually a new law in the last couple of years in California that really increases the burden for prosecutors to be able to bring that evidence into trial, and it's the Artistic Expression Act this was aimed at in California, and they specifically talked about rappers and rap lyrics in California. However, it didn't outright ban the use of rap lyrics in criminal cases, and we saw it come up in the case of Tory Lanez when after he was convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. Prosecutors brought up his lyrics during the sentencing because he'd written actually an entire album after the shooting that included lyrics directed at Megan and describing the shooting. So prosecutors were able to bring that into sentencing. And while we never heard about the lyrics in trial, the judge did tell Lanez's attorney that if he testified, the lyrics that he'd written that prosecutors said were about the crime would be fair game. So while it's certainly a controversial decision and there are a lot of restrictions on this nationally, there also is some precedent for the use of rap lyrics. However, what's going on in the Young Thug trial is on a much larger scale. There's actually like 17 different songs that the judge has approved lyrics being brought into trial on, and we heard some of them in opening statements today, but certainly not all.
Yeah, I want to focus in on this just a bit because, there's been a long history here of rap lyrics being used as evidence and a strong campaign from rappers, from First Amendment advocates, scholars, etc. There's even been a push for some legislation protecting artistic expression. Myself, I've gone through amicus briefs where scholars have said, hey, this is just braggadocio lyrics. They're talking about, this is fictional. This isn't real. Has this movement had any significant impact in how cases against rappers are being tried?
I think it definitely has. I think we've seen some limits on it. I mean, especially in California, and then just prosecutors on themselves being more mindful of this. But I do think a lot of people are kind of dismayed at the amount of rap lyrics, and then even just that any rap lyrics are being brought into the Young Thug case at all. One lawyer just commented to me that we don't take country music for verbatim, literally. Why are we doing it with rap music? But I
Johnny
think
Cash has
prosecutors
been brought up a bunch. Yeah.
Yeah. Prosecutors just feel that they can prove the connection here because the judge was pretty clear that they needed to lay a foundation, which of course they need to do with all evidence presented into trial. But they can't just bring these out of nowhere when they're questioning witnesses. They got to try to show a real connection between the crimes and the lyrics, and the prosecutor dove right into it today in her opening statement and really tried to make some connections right then and there.
Yeah, opening statements, not opening arguments, as it sounded like at the very beginning of today's proceedings. This is the same statute and same court as former President Donald Trump's election interference trial. At least on a broader level, how could the verdict here shape future RICO charges?
I think a lot of people are looking to this as almost kind of a bellwether test for local state RICO cases. We see RICO a lot on the federal level, maybe not a lot, but it's at least more common. But state side RICO cases are perhaps a little more uncommon. And I think a lot of people who are interested in the RICO case regarding former President Trump and his associates are really looking to the Fulton County DA's office performance in this, just to see, how much of a trial is this going to be when Trump and his associates finally get their day in court.
Yeah. According to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, jury selection took 10 months. The state expects to call about 400 witnesses, and the trial is expected to last half a year. What can we expect going forward here?
I think we can expect a long time and a lot of information for the jury to absorb. We're going to be seeing perhaps some celebrity witnesses, but then we're also going to be seeing a lot of non-celebrity witnesses, perhaps some dry testimony about gunshot residue, and then really just a lot of testimony about a lot of different incidents that it's going to be really up to the DA's office to kind of put this all together for the jury in a manageable case later on, so that when they go back to deliberate 6-9 months from now, they're not just completely overwhelmed by what they heard, and they have some kind of roadmap that matches the charges they're going to be considering here.
Yeah, Megan, before we let you go, I want to remind our viewers, kind of what's at stake here for Young Thug and the other folks involved in this case. What kind of, when it comes to sentencing, when it comes to what they're being accused of, what kind of punishment are they looking at going forward?
20 years is floated around, and one of the defendants is actually already serving life in prison. He's now 19, and he was convicted of a murder at the age of 15. But the others have, potentially years of freedom ahead of them that they obviously are going to be fighting for, and it's going to be up to their attorneys to try to secure that for them. But they're definitely looking at potentially significant prison sentences if convicted here.
Yeah. Megan Cuniff, thank you as always for joining us. It's always a pleasure. Hope to talk to you again soon. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me.
After the break, a new dating scam has restaurants saying gotcha to single hopefuls. How they're luring people into their businesses one match at a time. We'll tell you all about the
Mega Food is a movement, a mission, a 50-year history of combining fruits.
Well, that Atlanta-based rapper, of course, Young Thug, he was indicted last year, along with more than 24 others, 5 of whom are set to stand trial with him. The trial is projected to last several months, but for a breakdown of what happened on day one, we're going to be joined right now by our friend, legal affairs journalist Megan Cuniff, there in Los Angeles. And Megan, thanks so much for being with us. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving holiday weekend. We've talked to you so much recently. The Diddy lawsuit that his former lover and girlfriend Cassie brought also just last week, the ASAP Rocky saga going on as well, and now this. From what I understand and what I've watched over the course of the last day, seems like a lot of hiccups and missteps in day one for the Young Thug trial.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this was such a long time coming. I mean, there's been such anticipation about this for 10 months. I've been hearing requests, are you going to cover the Young Thug trial? And finally, it gets started today. And it seemed like not even 20 minutes into the opening statement, we had the hiccup, as you referred to. There was the mistrial request over the prosecutor's slide that hadn't been disclosed ahead of time as promised, and as is kind of standard in other trials. But what was remarkable to me was the prosecutor, of course, was against a mistrial. That's kind of a given. But she did say that there could be a curative instruction given to the jury to remind the jury that what she's saying in her opening statement is not evidence. So just the fact that we had a prosecutor 20 minutes into her opening statement saying, yeah, perhaps the jury does need a curative instruction because of the things I've just said, to me, that was remarkable and not something that we would typically see in a trial, especially when they've had so long to prepare jury instructions or jury selection over the last 10 months.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, so long. The first 20 minutes, yes, just opening statements, but it kind of derailed the whole proceeding today. Let's just go back, though, Megan, if we can, Young Thug, his real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams. For viewers who need to get caught up and up to speed on where you are following this trial, what's he being charged with? He's being charged under the RICO statute. Why?
Yes, he's being accused of basically leading an organized crime syndicate. That they're saying that this record label YSL that he said stands for Young Stoner Life actually stands for Young Slime Life, and it's a gang and offshoot of the Bloods national gang, and that he's been directing criminal behavior through it for years. So his RICO conspiracy charge encompasses overt acts that some of them are crimes in themselves. The prosecutor did say that some of them might not be crimes in themselves, but it's all part of a conspiracy. And then other people are actually, some of the defendants are charged with crimes beyond what Young Thug is charged with. There's actually a couple defendants charged with murder counts. Young Thug doesn't have that on his any counts related to murder, but the RICO conspiracy charge does encompass other murders that they say were done on his behalf.
Yeah, I think that what's so interesting to me in this trial now going forward is whether or not a very high-profile musician or rapper, whether or not his art, his lyrics can be used against him and implicate him in a crime. And that is one of the central questions of this trial. And so let's talk about the First Amendment issues at play here, because prosecutors have put forth his own lyrics about whether or not they implicate him in committing these crimes, being part of this, what they allege, widespread criminal organization.
He was asking, can I have a job? And Jeffrey says, Mr. Huey's like, I'll sit down for any one of y'all. And my mama, I don't know if this is true or not. I mean, he's saying, I don't have the information that Mr. Kitchen wants. And Jeffrey's response is what I told him. If you're speaking with Gunna or Sergio Kitchens, yes. That's the conversation. That's the overdone. And this is already November 2021. That's their overdone. The next one. This is something that Jeffrey posted on his Instagram. This is New Year's. It's December 31, day before New Year's, 2021. And Jeffrey made this very popular. He didn't create it, but his fans love this. And it's wipe your fingers across the nose. Wipe an end's nose. And to the prosecution, the police, the district attorney's office, that is a rally cry for violence. That's what they're going to tell you. You will learn, people do this all across the globe. You will see images of NFL football players catching a touchdown, take off their helmet, going like this. Baseball players hitting a home run in the playoff game, going like this. This is nothing of criminal activity, but it is to the district attorney's office of Fulton County. Jeffrey's also wearing across his chest, you'll see YSL. It's a very expensive pendant. And that is it. The next one is January 16, 2022, and Jeffrey releases this. It's on Jeffrey's Instagram account, and the prosecution is targeting, that's Jeffrey taking a selfie in the mirror, and he has his hand up, and the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign is like this, it looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, performed known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P. It's not a B. But that became, from the district attorney's office in Fulton County, from the City of Atlanta Police Department, a reason that furthers this supposed conspiracy. That's the evidence that they're showing you. The next one. This is Jeffrey. It's February 12, 2022. And Jeffrey's wearing YSL chain or pendant. Here's a bracelet. It'll blow up. It says slime. Like that's some bad word. Jeffrey did not invent slime. Slime comes from Jeffrey's idol, Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne made slime popular. Jeffrey uses it. Jeffrey's really popular. So people talk about slime. Anything Jeffrey does, people copy. I'm not saying you copy him. But there are people, there are fans. And everyone from his neighborhood copies him. He's a hero to those people. Because he's breaking those chains. He has a tattoo. We'll blow it up for you during the trial, but it's on his right chest area, and it's a B, and it's colored red. Jeffrey doesn't run away from the fact that he knows people who are in gangs from all sorts of gangs. He promotes himself through these people. He talks with these people. Just like Jeffrey, you'll find out, talks to heads of industries. He talks with everybody. He doesn't believe he's above anybody. It doesn't mean the fact that he talks with, or I talk with, or you talk with, or the prosecutor talks with, a person who's in, that represents the Bloods, or the Crips, or the fashion show, or the Atlanta Hawks. We don't criminalize association. That is the next over there. This is March 9th of 2022. That is Mr. Kitchens, who we've been talking about. He's in the forefront. Mr. Williams is in the rear of that photograph. This is Mr. Kitchens' Instagram. Mr. Kitchens released Slap Business, YSL for life. Slap is a term. It's like brother. It means anything. You will see images on the internet, children singing songs, sliding. People say, "What's up, Slap? What's up, slime?" That's what's being criminalized. That's the overhead. The next one becomes lyrics. Now, I separated these to just group them together, but these are songs. Some of them Jeffrey performed, some of them he didn't perform these lyrics. Some of them, the lyrics got changed because he isn't writing down. The prosecution did not have the lyric find them. They went out and they did a database. And they searched all of Jeffrey's Instagram, all of his Facebook, all of his lyrics to try to find any mention of Bloods, the color red, drive-by shooting, the Tahoe, killings, 12, drugs. They searched for it. These are not confessions. These are not admissions. This is art. You will hear from the most prominent expert in hip hop and rap. He will tell you that these words, the lyrics, they're common. These are not unique and say, "Oh, that's a Donovan Thomas killing that Tom." Jeffrey sings about cars all the time. He names all different cars. They just pulled out the top. Drive-by shootings. These are common themes. This is, you will learn, studio gangsters. They're in the studio. They are creating music for us to listen to. If you go to the first one, that's April 20th, 2014. It's a song released on social media, a song called Ooh. Red just like Elmo, but I never effing give go. YFL won't fold, pick his A off the balcony. There's no evidence anyone got picked off the balcony. YSL, wife at ends, nose, which I showed you. I'm an F for the cash. Then she's getting robbed by Tick. Tick is another name for Trontavious C. He will tell you he had a rough life. He's been in custody. In a Bentley on Wesley, getting trailed by sniper, there's no evidence of that. All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. Any MF to step over here, F&N, that's a type of gun. Put him in the wheelchair. These are lyrics that rhyme. Those are taken out of context in that song, but they're lyrics. If we're going to criminalize lyrics, you will learn. We all should watch what we say. You will learn that Bruce Springsteen sings about going out west, driving with a gun on his passenger's lap. They're going to kill everything in sight. Nobody prosecutes that. But rap lyrics, you'll find out is prosecuted. Next one. March 25, 2016. Jeffrey released a song on YouTube. It's called Slime, S-H-I. Hey, this slime, S-H-I. Hey, YSL, H-H-I. Hey, killing 12, that means police, S-H-I. Hey, flick a jail, S-H-I. Hey, cooking white brick, that would be like making crack cocaine. I'm not new at this, hey. I'm so true to this, hey. I done put a whole slime on 100 licks. Slime or get slimed. I'm the VIP and I got that pistol on my hip. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit. Hey, this, that same slime, S-H-I. FF, the police, in a high speed. Hundreds of rounds at the Tahoe. The next line has taco. These are rhyming. There are not 100 rounds in the Tahoe of Mr. Donovan Thomas. You'll have no evidence when that lyric was even created. Prosecution doesn't care. These are release dates. They have no clue that this is what they're giving to you. And is it 100 rounds in a Tahoe, like bullets to hit a Tahoe? Or is it someone driving a Tahoe with 100 rounds in it? It's up to the listener, I guess. But the police officers in the city of Atlanta, district attorney's office of Fulton County, everything. It's like 24 M's on an M's head. Everything is viewed wrong. I'm prepared to take him down, got banana clips for all these ends. Acting monkey. This says slime, S-H-I. This says mob, S-H-I. F the judge, YSL. This is mob life. That's the overhead. It rhymes. There will not be one person to come in here. There will not be one document that comes in to say the intent of that song was to brag about something that happened to Donovan Thomas or anyone else. Jeffrey's being targeted. The next one, April 12, 2018. Jeffrey released a song on YouTube. It's entitled Anybody. And Jeffrey said, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streaks on my back, carry it like I'm moving a body. I told him to shoot 100 rounds, like he's trying to move the body. Ready for war like Russia. I got all types of cash. I'm a general. You will hear that other artists use the same type of lyrics. Before Jeffrey, after Jeffrey. These are typical. You also learn that this is a song that Jeffrey did with Nicki Minaj. This song is a gigantic success. Now it's become a confession. It's not true. The next one, January 15, 2019. Jeffrey on YouTube, song called Bad Boy. I shot his mommy, so now he no longer mentioned me. I had, those are shoes, when I shot the C, act like you want war, they're gonna smoke you like a blunt. I shot at his mommy, now no longer mentions me. So the police are gonna tell you, the prosecutor is gonna tell you, huh? Mr. Bennett, YSL Young, her mother was shot in drive-by shooting. That was done by Mr. Cope. It's not Jeff. It's also January 15, 2019. That shooting happened on January 26, 2015. There's no connection. Plus, YSL Young, he still mentions Jeffrey. This is how bad his album is. He says in 2016 how he slept with Jeffrey's fiance. These are just lyrics. These are art. Criminalized books, movies, maybe other forms of music. How come other forms of music don't get criminalized? Next. September 16, 2019. Mr. Arnold, Jeffrey Williams, it's called Just How It Is. Jeffrey supposedly saying, I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about no cop. I'm telling you just how it is. Hit him with a Mac now, his whole body scab. I done for the crew, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Last end tried me, almost got popped at Lennox. Ask the cops, ask the detectives. They all know the business. Ask the cops, ask the detectives, all the jurisdictions. Gave a lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killings. We don't speak about S on wax. It's all mob business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all the kittens, and that has to be Donovan Thomas, right? It just has to be Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence that that's true. That's what you're told. $2 million for the lawyer to handle all the killings. The authorities got all of Jeffrey's finances. How much money Jeffrey paid to lawyers? For other people? Hardly anything. You'll see a chat that Jeffrey's asked to pay $2,500 to someone's lawyer. Who doesn't even do that? He's asked to pay for lawyers all the time. Who doesn't do it? He's not the head of conspiracy. He's not in a conspiracy. They are lyrics. The next one. It's December 18, 2020. This is Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Kitchens, Jeffrey. And they released a music video, Take It to Trial. This is a very popular song. This song was based on another song called Take It to Trial. They changed the lyrics. So that was the inspiration. Take this MF trial. I rep for my life for real. For slimes, you know I kill. Trial. I done beat it twice. State. I'm undefeated like feds. Came and snatched me. I don't know. No point in asking. I was unbelievable, and that would be like Cleveland, except the C was dropped for the B. Stuck like a magnet, B-I-T. ASS, and I shot at your mommy, need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial. Yeah, you're gonna whack them, pay for the casket. It's just if we whack them, my young ends pulling up Bentleys, Aston Martins, those Teslas strapped with the FM choppers, carbons. YSL, slimy and shady. Watch me whack that B, pop them like an assist, Glock with the assist. And that is your confession. Stuff goes around the world. Now it's held literal, Jeffrey. It's outrageous. The next one. It's April 16, 2021. Jeffrey released a song on YouTube, Really Be Slime. The lyrics, my end really, they slime. We committing them crimes. Hop out and shoot. Roll one up for the gang. Want to be a slime? Go catch a body. Me and little bro, we used to steal from the store. We had to stick it and go. That's a confession to an armed robbery. Had to stick them up and go. That's what we're dealing with here. I'm also not telling you that these lyrics are accurate. This is the interpretation of the City of Atlanta Police Department and the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County. You will not hear from the District Attorney's Office call one witness who's an expert in lyrics, in rap, in hip hop, in gangster rap. They're not going to do it. They're going to do it through gang experts, because the gang experts know what they're doing. And they have 5 gang experts, but they really have 1. Because you're not going to get experts from different jurisdictions, from different types of teachings, from different learnings, from different thoughts. Your 5 gang experts in this case from the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County all work together in the City of Atlanta Police Department. Those are your 5 gang experts. They teach each other. They talk to each other. They decide what the rules are. None of them gave a report. It's just they know it because they are controllers. That's what you're going to be told. They know it more than you, more than me, more than Jeffrey. They just know. We're going to have 5 people designated as experts. They all are biased. They all targeted Jeffrey. They all work together. They have an agenda with the District Attorney's Office, Fulton County. That's our crime. The next one. This is April 16, 2021. Mr. Kendrick, Jeffrey. It's called Slatty. I killed this man in front of his mama, F little bro, sister, and his cousin. I shoot out, kill him, not leaving a trace. I had to break the safe. Yeah, I didn't leave even a trace. Dissect your body like science class end. Gangster cards. You got a body, little n. Magazine clips. So you might get your issue. You think you gangster because you got a pistol. Look at my trigger starts to issue. YSL, we going overboard. Oh yeah, the lyrics found the prosecution. They searched for this stuff. There is no safe in this case. These are simply art. Next one. April 16, 2021, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kitchens, Jeffrey did appear in a video titled Ski. I F with slats, we come to eat rats. I came with some effing piranhas. I towed an FM on me called Nietzsche Nietzsche. It's Glock, he keep rolling, Duke rolling 60s. He locked in C. Duke is the name that Mr. Martinez Arnold used. It goes by Duke. Rolling 60s with the Crips. That's the C. Some of these words are not really the lyrics, but you can decide for yourself. You'll hear the songs. You decide what the lyrics are. It's a wildly popular song. It's now become criminalized. Words in America are criminalized in Georgia. Next one is count 56. So those were the overt acts dealing in count 1, the RICO conspiracy, deals with Jeffrey. There are 191 overt acts. Most of them don't deal with Jeffrey. But the prosecution has indicted it through the grand jury to say Jeffrey's in this conspiracy. So the acts of a Christian Eppinger somehow roll onto Jeffrey. Jeffrey's not in a conspiracy, you will find out. That is everything pertaining to Jeffrey and count 1. Then we have to skip. So you're going to have that count 2. Count 2 is the murder of Mr. Don Thomas. Jeffrey's not indicted. And you keep going down until you hit count 56. And you're going to go through 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. Those pertain to Jeffrey. So that's what these are individual counts. These are just separated out. They're all in the overt acts, but now they are separated out into crimes. So 56 is from the 12th day of May of 2018 to the 8th day of May 2022. The dates are there because the indictment was returned the next day, May 9th of 2022. That's why it ends on May 8th, 2022. And it goes back the 4 years because that's something called a statute of limitations. The honorable court will charge you on that. But that's why you have a date range. And it says that Jeffrey, he occupies the position of an organizer, a supervisor, a management, a leader in the YSL criminal street gang, and did engage directly or indirectly. Did it conspire with the following criminal street gang activity: murder, aggravated assault with deadly weapon, armed robbery, hijacking motor vehicle, sale of marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, theft by receiving a firearm, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. Jeffrey's not a convicted felon. They're saying that, well, Jeffrey is in bed with these other people, and therefore their acts are attributable to Jeffrey. Jeffrey doesn't even know most of these people. That is charging Jeffrey with participation in criminal street gang activity. Criminal street gang activity, you will learn, it is not enough to be in a gang. That's not illegal. It's not enough to associate with a gang. That's not illegal. It's not illegal to have a blood tattoo on it, wear red. It's not a crime to promote a criminal street gang. What makes it a crime is if you're doing all those things and you're wearing the colors and you are promoting the gang, and then you do a crime to further that gang's activity, the agenda of the gang. That's the crime. Otherwise, we couldn't associate with someone who's part of the Ku Klux Klan, not that anyone would want to, or the Aryan Nation, or any other despicable organization. America would wipe them all out. That's what Jeffrey's charged with. That's count 56. Count 57 also charges Jeffrey with participation in criminal street gang activity. This is along with Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick. And this on May 9th of 2022. May 9th, I may have misstated earlier, May 9th, 2000, I don't think I did, but May 9th, 2022 is the day of Jeffrey's arrest. When law enforcement surrounded his home, there were more than a dozen people there. And what the prosecution did now is say that this is criminal street gang activity. This furthered the gang YSL, because in Jeffrey's home, where other people had access to, there's marijuana with intent to distribute. Jeffrey doesn't have to sell any drugs to make the money. Possession of codeine with intent to distribute. Possession of cocaine, it's a very small amount. Possession of firearms. And it's alleged in count 58, 59, 60, and 61 of the indictment, we'll get to right now. That somehow promoted the gang. That was in furtherance of a gang. Being in a house where other people have access to it with these drugs now furthered the gang. That's the allegation. That's it. Next count. The 58. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey. They possessed marijuana with intent to distribute the day of Jeffrey's arrest. Marijuana is found in Jeffrey's home. There's marijuana. And to back up, it was bought at a dispenser, excuse me. It said Brooklyn, New York on it. That's found in Jeffrey's home. Now Jeffrey, there's all these other people have access to it. There's no drug test that Jeffrey's using marijuana. His hands, his clothing don't have marijuana on it, and nobody's going to tell you. But now he is charged, out of all the people, with Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold with possession with intent to distribute marijuana. That's count 15. That's the day of his arrest. Next one. It's count 59. Mr. Arnold again, Mr. Kendrick again, and Jeffrey. It's the same thing. It's the day of his arrest. It's May 9, 2022, and found in the home is codeine. There's a lot of codeine in the home. Buckets full. There's all these separate glasses, bottles of codeine. Jeffrey didn't possess it with intent to distribute. It's in the home. That's it. That's it. The next one is 60. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey possessed cocaine. It's the same day of the arrest. This is a small amount of cocaine. I'm not pro-cocaine. This is a small amount of cocaine. Now he's charged with it. Of all the people in the house, they just picked these. Next one. 61. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey, possession of a firearm during the commission of the felony. It's the same date of his arrest when the police took over the home and searched it. And it says that Jeffrey did have on his person, or he conspired with others, with a party to crime with others, a Glock 30S firearm, a Glock 357 firearm, F&N firearm, Glock 919 firearm, Smith & Wesson M&P firearm, Glock 45 firearm, which has a converter. While involving the felony of marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, and possession of cocaine, they're saying that the gun and the drugs are in close proximity to each other. And therefore, having a gun, which is not illegal for Jeffrey, except for the machine gun, converted gun. But if it's near drugs, and guns and drugs should not be together on the wall. You'll have zero evidence that Jeffrey was with a gun near any drugs. There are all these other people at the house. These other people were living at the house all the time. Jeffrey would go from place to place. Jeffrey just got back into our country. He was in Ireland. He was watching Sergio Kitchens perform. He just got back the weekend before. The next count is count 62. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey were in possession of a machine gun, Glock 45 firearm with a converter switch, extended magazine, during the commission or attempted commission of participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine with intent to distribute.
Start the Creo mode.
You have to know that the gun is transferred into an illegal machine gun. There'll be zero evidence that Jeffrey had anything to do with that gun. The purchase of it, the possession of it, even knew it was in the house. Knew that it was a machine gun. That's the count. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the indictment against Jeffrey Moon. That was everything. Jeffrey has been targeted. Jeffrey does not trust the criminal justice system. Spent 10 months to choose you to decide his fate. Jeffrey trusts you. There's a wiretap in this case. There's actually two. Antonio Sumlin's phone, a wiretap. Wiretap just means that it's called wiretap because we used to have phones with wires, and the law enforcement would get into the phone system, the AT&T system, and be able to connect to the wire for that phone. And they can listen to all incoming and outgoing calls. Today, our phones are cellular, but it's the same exact thought. And law enforcement, with a court's permission, or without a court's permission, that's illegal, can get into a cell phone on the frequency so they can capture your Google searches, your text messages, your phone calls, everything you do with that phone, your GPS. And Mr. Garlington's phone was wiretapped. Mr. Sumlin's phone was wiretapped. And you will learn that these people who are so embedded with Jeffrey in crime, Jeffrey's the king slime, the leader of this organization. You know how many conversations in any way they have with Jeffrey? 0. He is not on a wiretap. 0. But others speak about Jeffrey. Hey, we did this for King Slime. He should pay for our lawyers. Jeffrey doesn't pay for anybody's lawyers. Hey, how much will King Slime, the biggest, pay us to kill YFM Lucci, Mr. Bennett, who's in the Fulton County Jail and we have access to him? How much will he pay? Jeffrey pays nothing. He doesn't encourage him. He's not even on there. But everyone talks about, oh yeah, he's gonna pay big. That's a big one. He really wants it done. Those people don't even know Jeffrey. Jeffrey treats whoever he is with the same. Whether he's with some giant president of a company or he's with somebody from Cleveland Avenue who's been in and out of prison, a gang member. He knows where he came from. He came from nothing. Now he stands before you. We trust you. Jeffrey's not guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch?
Yes.
Good? Okay, all right. What we're going to do at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost the hour is 1:45. Let's come back at 2:45 and we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. Remember the admonitions that I gave you earlier. They apply to you unless you have any other inquiry of me. Remember, I told you if you leave your headquarters, leave your notepads in there, and remember all the other admonitions I told you about contact and otherwise discussing anything with each other. You're not permitted to do any of that, and the other admonitions I gave you. So we'll see you back at 1:45, and we'll, like I said, we'll continue. I'm sorry, 2:40. Okay, all right, I'll give you a few minutes. All right, so yes, come back at 2:45. All right, unless there's anything else, ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 2:45. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, unless there's any other inquiry of me, I'll see you all back at 2:45, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Your Honor, before the court leaves, I just wanted to make certain that I have an opportunity to address the matter that we addressed at the bench during the state's objection. I can wait until after lunch or whatever time the court designates.
It was already taken up and recorded at the bench, so.
That part, not the objection, Your Honor. It was a motion in limine that the state wanted to make that goes along with that. I can wait until whatever time the court designates.
Let's just do it now. What is it?
Okay. Your Honor, I wanted to move the court in limine to preclude any attempt to admit self-serving hearsay if it does not come from Mr. Williams himself. Anything that Mr. Steele has represented to the jury that Mr. Williams thought or felt. Mr. Steele announced at the bench that he expected that information would be coming in through evidence. And so if there is no such evidence at the proper time, the state may move for a mistrial. I don't know what'll be done at that time.
Here's the thing. If he doesn't prove what he says and he has already promised that, there are ways to deal with that. So I'll leave that within your wise discretion and lawful means. Mr. Steele, anything else, sir, in terms of that particular conversation? No. All right. So with that, unless there's anything else, we'll go ahead and recess until 2:45, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
People to work. Not meant for brainwashing. It's whatever the consumer chooses. It's art. It's like reading a book, looking at a painting, watching a movie, reading poetry. It's what you believe it to be. That's what we do, as opposed to Russia. They stop all communications. They censor. The next overt act is March 20, 2015. Jeffrey is with Shannon Stillwell, Deamonte Kendrick, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Arnold. And they are using their hands to make signs. That's the overt act that furthers, that drives this conspiracy. That's it. Jeffrey didn't even release that photograph. Who releases it? Mr. Garland. Next. It's almost New Year's 2017. Antonio Sumlin also comes from the impossible life that Jeffrey was born into. He's with Jeffrey. There's a social media captioned "Original Slime SHI." Jeffrey saying "Murder Gang BIT." and holding up his fingers is YSL. Until we're dead and pale. That's the overdose. That's driving this conspiracy. Next is August 8th of 2019. That is Mr. Bennett. He's a very, very, very prominent musical performer, rap, gangster rap. It's August 8th, 2019. And this is Jeffrey's post. Jeffrey did post this. And he wrote, YFN, meaning Mr. Bennett, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, and capitalize, I would have been kill you. That's supposed to be this rival, this leader of the YSL, the King Slime, against Yak Gotti. Here we go. What they don't tell you, but what you will learn, is the day before, Jeffrey released an album called So Much Fun. YFN Lucy criticized that album.
All righty, we're going to take a break here. We're going to be coming back on the other end. We're going to be listening to a little bit more of this opening statement, but also I'm really excited that we're going to be able to take, or I'll be able to take viewer questions to give to our audience, or rather our guests to answer. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. So we take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. All right, welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. My name is Bob Bianchi. We're here to catch you up on opening statements in the Young Thug RICO trial. Court is currently on their lunch break so far. While we wait for them to return, we can continue to catch you up with the defense attorney, Brian Steele. Very lengthy opening argument. Like I said, on the other end, we're going to wind up getting some questions from YouTube with some new guests on here to be able to answer some of those questions. Really excited about that. Let's get back to the ending of these opening statements.
And social media. That is awful. And what you also will learn is that in 2016, years before, YFM Lucy, he's not as high as Jeffrey. He does not have as much fan base or interest. He doesn't make the money that Jeffrey does. So YFM Lucy does what all these rappers do. They attach to somebody bigger to promote themselves. Jeffrey did that too. He did it with Lil Wayne. He did it with others. In 2016, Mr. Bennett or YFM Lucy, he released on social media that he has been having sex with Jeffrey's fiance. So King Slime, all these years, this man saying that he sleeps with Jeffrey's fiance goes unharmed. Nothing done. This is the post that Jeffrey says. And it's a real threat. If I didn't like what you do, for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed. Doesn't sound like too much of a threat. That's the over there. The next one. It's March 12th of 2020. Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. Now, this is not social media. These are actually conversations that the prosecution subpoenaed from Google or from Instagram or from Twitter or from Facebook. You get all of Jeffrey's statements. This is very invasive. And what happened right before this, and if you look at the date, this is right before COVID hit in 2020 in America. Sergio Kitchens has a dear friend, co-worker.
Okay, so that's pretty much the ending of the opening argument that was just a little bit over 2 hours. Very lengthy, very detailed, interesting argument. Was going to be a very long and protracted trial. So I think the prosecutor's on the run so far, but they got a lot more to go. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at the Law and Crime Network as we kick off our third and final hour of our 3-hour coverage. We're following opening statements today in the Young Thug RICO trial. Rapper Young Thug and 5 co-defendants stand trial on charges of racketeering and participating in a criminal street gang known as YSL. That's short for Young Slime Life. Prosecutors allege that Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, founded the gang in 2012 and rose to prominence through references to gang activity in his song lyrics. The defense alleges, however, that YSL is nothing more than a record label. Court is currently on their lunch break, so while we wait for them to return, let's continue catching you up on the defense attorney Brian Steele opening argument. And yes, for those that have been watching for the previous 2 hours, it is true. We are going to get to viewer questions that are coming through to us on YouTube. I was just in the control room looking at them. They're awesome. Can't wait for it. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the the opening arguments.
He is a producer, an engineer, musical engineer. So Sergio Kitchen performs, this other person turns the music, the beats, makes it right, changes lyrics, does whatever they do. This producer or engineer's name is Chandler Durham. He goes by Turbo. And Turbo's car is stolen. And in that car are beats, lyrics that cannot be reproduced. They're the only copy. They're in a hard drive in this car. The car is stolen. And it is alleged that Mr. Huey's friends or acquaintances or people that Mr. Huey knew took that car. Not that Mr. Huey did it, but that he knew who did do it, who has that property. And Jeffrey writes to him, if you don't take it back, he's gonna die. Give back the property. You will learn that no one died. You will learn that the property was never given back. That is the real leader of this feared criminal street gang. He's ignored. That's it. That's March 12, 2020. The next one is February 4, 2021. Now this again is the personal chat. Trintavia Stevens, he grew up with Jeffrey. They exchanged clothing, dirty clothing. They went hungry together. And Warnie Lee is also a up-and-coming musical artist that Jeffrey wanted to sign, but Warnie Lee went to another record label. Jeffrey supports him to encourage his career. And this is February 4th of 2021. And what the indictment did by the prosecution through the grand jury is they put this together, and this is bad. I understand when you read it.
Objection, your argument.
This reads, YSL rule the world, kid. 24M on an N head. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all and stop playing with me. So when you read that, it sounds like there's a contract on someone's head. Kill him, start bringing me the money. Stop playing with me. That's threatening. What you will learn is what the prosecutor did was they took these checks from various days. This is over a 3-day period. This is February 4th, 2021, all the way up to February 7th of 2021. And they cut out all of the context. And what you will learn is that on February 4th of 2021, Jeffrey wrote, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N's head. What happened on February 4th, 2021 that was released on social media and went around the world is one of Jeffrey's artists that he signed, he developed, he encouraged, and who made it. This person had a supposed, maybe it's real, supposed $24 million pink diamond and had it surgically implanted into his forehead. There is a photograph next to YSL Rule the World Kid, 24M on an N's head. There's a photograph. If you click on it, it is the rapper with the surgically implanted pink diamond in his forehead. The police bury this. The prosecution buries this. I will show it to you. Now, the evidence will show, they may say, oh, it's on. We may say, there's no mistakes here. This is a big deal. This is a bill of indictment in Fulton County, Georgia in 2023.
Your Honor, argument.
That is misrepresenting. You will learn. You will see it. It has nothing to do with put a contract on someone's life. That's the evidence that's coming at you. You'll start, bring me the money. Y'all, and stop playing with me.
Okay, and here we go. This is the first time I'm actually doing this in a really long time, and I've always loved doing this from years ago at the Law Crime Network, and I love that you guys are watching and you're putting your questions in. They're always so perceptive, and I love being able to be on a show where we have real talent that can answer these questions because they have the background and experience to do it. Only here on the Law Crime Network. So we have Sonny Slaughter with us. I say Jersey girl. I don't want anybody to get upset. That's a phrase we use in Jersey. There's no disrespect meant in that. She refers to herself as such. Sonny is a good friend. She's a law enforcement instructor. And if you watch her social media, obviously makes a mean dish the other day. I was watching it. It looked delicious. And Bridget Williams is a trial attorney and to my heart, a former prosecutor. So that's all good here. Okay, guys, listen, you know, our audience here at the Law Crime Network, they watch these shows. They're really perceptive. I'd say any lawyer that's trying a case should be looking at the questions that our audience are asking, because this is what's going on in the minds of the jurors. And a lot of times as lawyers, we forget that. So let's start with Fillmore Tim from YouTube. Okay, I'm going to do this to you, Sonny. What qualifies as a gang expert if they weren't around a gang? So that's a really what qualifies as what to be a gang expert? I guess if you weren't in a gang or you weren't around a gang, how can that happen in a courtroom?
So usually a law enforcement expert that is also a gang expert or someone that is a gang expert has had some type of background, may have worked undercover, also has studied gang, the terminology, the behaviors, the actions, maybe have written about it, but they have some extensive knowledge of gang behaviors and gang actions and activities. So they are usually studied. Now, you know, as a former prosecutor, both of you, not anybody can just be a gang expert because the courts are going to qualify them. The prosecutor is going to tear them apart or the defense is going to tear them apart. So they have to have some level of extensive knowledge about gangs, gang activity.
Yeah, and I always like to fill this in when you look at the evidence rules, right? Because that's like the Bible as to what gets into evidence in a courtroom. An expert doesn't have to necessarily be a part of anything. They just have to have a specialized knowledge that's recognized by the court that gives them more knowledge than the average Ken, they call it, or average understanding of an individual. And it's up to the jury to make a decision as to whether or not that training and experience they have is worthy of belief or not worthy of belief. So you will see, it's a great question, because you will see attorneys cross-examine an expert to say, well, you were never in a gang, or you didn't do this, or you really don't have practical knowledge, you have book knowledge. So they get admitted as an expert, but the level of credibility or value of that testimony is always left to the jury to make that determination. Bridget, let's go on to Ruth Ann Halshak from YouTube. The question here is, Jeffrey is part of an organization as per the state. When using RICO, Isn't it that if one in the organization commits a crime, then everyone in the organization is charged? And I asked my producer, and I'm gonna see if I scroll down if I got an answer to it. TIA was after to show you how old I'm getting. I'm like, what does TIA mean? Thanks in advance, of course. You're welcome, Ruth Ann. It's MP. My pleasure. Bridget.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah.
So
as evidence, and will prosecutors rely on them extensively, or are they protected? Will they not be admissible?
I think the judge has ruled that at least 17 sets of lyrics are admissible. This was a big pretrial argument that they had a couple weeks ago, and the judge did make a decision that a lot of people view as controversial, but the prosecutors really feel that it will be supported by the evidence, that they'll be able to draw clear connections between Young Thug's lyrics and the specific overt acts that they're alleging. So I think we're going to really be hearing a lot about that in the prosecutor's case. That was a pretty big chunk of the opening statement today, was the prosecutor focusing on certain lyrics and saying that this is, he's not using this in a colloquial term. He's actually stating we are a gang.
Wow.
So while this is certainly controversial, and I know there's been a big effort over the last decades to really clamp down on the use of that, it's also not unprecedented. And we've seen it in the case of Tory Lanez, the rapper who was convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. The jury in his case never heard any of his lyrics, but when he was deciding whether to testify, the judge did tell his lawyer that any lyrics that he's written about the shooting or about Megan, his victim, would be admissible if he testified. And he cited that as a reason that he didn't testify. And there's actually a new law in California that is aimed at making it harder for prosecutors to use that. It really increases the burden or the analysis that prosecutors need to do to bring that in, but it doesn't ban it outright. So I think that argument is the same argument that the prosecutors in the Young Thug case are making, is that they can make a clear connection between the crimes and the lyrics, and they plan to do so.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just my observations seem like a slippery slope here, kind of the criminality of art in question. But Fulton County Deputy DA Adrienne Love, she got into the lyrics today, telling jurors, quote, law enforcement didn't chase the lyrics to solve the murders. Instead, law enforcement chased the murders and found the lyrics. So I thought that was really telling.
Yeah, exactly. And you can tell that's a theme that she's going to be writing throughout the trial. And kind of the key is going to be, how is she able, and the other prosecutors, who I assume are going to be questioning some witnesses, how are they able to weave those lyrics into the witness exams and really get them entered in as evidence and be able to tell the jury in closing argument that, this is exactly the connection between the lyrics and the crimes. Because right now we just kind of saw a preview. So a lot of her opening statement did seem to indicate she's a little nervous about some of the witnesses that are going to come forward, because you're not quite sure how they're going to testify. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen in a courtroom when these witnesses get up on the stand, if they're going to recant or if they're going to say exactly what she thought they were going to say.
Depending on the outcome of this, though, I mean, do you think rappers, musicians need to think twice, about their artistic expression, whether or not that can be, used against them, or they could be implicated in something? Are we looking too much into that, or is that kind of an immediate concern here?
I mean, I'd hope that they wouldn't think too much about their art, but they would think maybe twice about their crimes. I mean, I think prosecutors might say that there's nothing to the art if there's no crime connected to it. And focusing so much on the art would be a mistake, when prosecutors would say, well, we're focused on the crime and the art is what, contributes to the crime or is evidence of the crime. So hopefully this doesn't stifle artistry or rap lyrics, but I think prosecutors would say that if it stifles crime, then good, but that's their take on it.
I guess I'm kind of curious too, Megan, why now? I mean, this has taken so long. The jury selection has taken so long. There's so many defendants under the Georgia RICO statute. Several defendants took plea deals last December, including another famous rapper, Gunna, while others were removed from the case. And so I thought that was quite interesting. Let's put this tweet up. You tweeted out this portion of the proceedings today, and you were quoting here, I believe that's Adrienne Love. She said, "What you will not hear any evidence of is that the defendants were not involved in a criminal street gang. Megan, you said my jaw actually dropped when the DA said this in her opening in the Young Thug trial. This is the kind of burden shifting that leads to convictions being overturned. Do you think she did herself a disservice today with this? Do you think this is a kind of foreshadowing of problems with the prosecution to come?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter to the jury in the end run. I mean, at the end of the trial, the chance of them even remembering that statement, I think, is slim to none. But it does show, to me, a lack of understanding of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, and just the idea that the burden of proof is on the prosecution. And there's some argument that defense attorneys always kind of take issue with statements like that from prosecutors and say that they're shifting the burden, and that really she was just making an argument that she shouldn't have made. But I think a lot of people just see that as blatantly trying to say that the defense should bring evidence, that if the defense wants to show that they're innocent, that they need to bring evidence. And it was just kind of surprising to hear that said, and also her kind of reaction when there was an objection. It seemed like that would be the kind of thing that would be shot down immediately. And if it was said in a closing argument, it would probably be a little more problematic than it was.
Yeah, I mean, Megan, it was surprising to me because that's what the prosecution is kind of resting their entire case on under the RICO statute. So for her to say that seemed to undercut her case and how she's going to carry it out here. Of course, Live Now look there, Megan, over the Atlanta skyline. Here on Live Now from Fox, we have covered extensively yet another major RICO case there in Fulton County in Georgia. Of course, encompassing former President Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Kenneth Chesbro, Sidney Powell, and others for their role in trying to overturn the election results from 2020 in Georgia. That's a major one we're also focused on here. Is there something specific about why Fulton County prosecutors like the RICO statute? Is it, easy to prosecute? Is it less of a lift or heavy burden? Because now these two very high-profile trials going on under the same rubric here, or is it just pure coincidence?
Yeah, I can't imagine describing RICO prosecutions as easy, but I think they might point to the JFK quote as we don't do things because they're easy, but because they're hard. And that, if they have a statute and they believe crimes are being committed under it, they have a duty to bring it. But, there's also just some, of course, political posturing and some, big city prosecutor stuff going on here, and just the politics of what's going on in Fulton County and who elected the prosecutor and why. I think, to flex her muscles and kind of make herself known and make it known that they're not afraid to tackle complex crimes in Georgia. I think that's the message they're sending here.
Complex crimes with very high profile defendants. Lastly, Megan, I want to just ask, we always ask you what you're looking for next. Tomorrow, later this week, what do you have your eye on here?
I think I'm going to be watching the end of the defense openings, and it will be interesting to see the witnesses, when the witnesses start getting called and how that starts going. And then there's also some local cases here in the Los Angeles, Orange County area. We just had a former U.S. Marine reservist who was actually sentenced to federal prison for terrorist-related crime. He was interacting with some people online and kind of indicating some support and trying to do some fundraising for some terrorist groups. So he was just sentenced to about 3.5 years in federal prison. So I'm kind of looking at some of those cases. And then we have some other celebrity cases that are coming up in LA Superior Court that we'll always have to tend to. But the Young Thug trial is going to be, dominating the week for sure, and really through 2024.
Wow. And we will be talking to you about it, no doubt. Megan Cuniff, thanks so much. Have a good night.
Today, I'm going to try out the new generative fill tools in Photoshop. So I really wanted to add real-life bunnies to this scene.
Hello, good morning. So I might end this stream because a steal is over, but they're going to be back in like 25 minutes for another defense opening. And, I don't have much to say today. I kind of got some stuff to tend to, and I'm kind of losing my voice too. You guys might be able to to tell here. So I think I might bring up some clips from this morning. I thought he was very quote worthy, of course. I thought this was interesting. I mean, it's interesting to hear about his background. I didn't know all that much about Young Thug's background, but I mean, this is also just kind of showmanship on his part. But
Jeffrey practices to make himself a better musical artist. In Jeffrey's neighborhood, rap, it's a subset of hip hop. Gangster rap is a subset of rap. That was the most popular music at that time. So Jeffrey sought to find out how can he accomplish his mission to be a successful rapper.
could speed it up a little bit, dramatic effect.
So he had the internet. They were poor, but they had phones with the internet. So he would Google and look up and get on social media every accomplished rap artist and see what made them special. And Jeffrey would listen to beat after beat after beat. These are billions of musical chords that he listened to. And he tried and he forced himself to be able to speak fast within the beat and rhyme words. Jeffrey can't sit there and write out the words. He doesn't spell well. But he can listen and learn and look up what words mean, or just make up words to put them into the beat.
And then, of course, this is the beginning, actually, right?
Happy holiday season to everyone. Happy holiday season to everyone.
I can hear some Southern accents. Same to you.
Holiday season to everyone. Jeffrey Williams was born into an environment, a community, a society that was filled with depression, despair, hopelessness, and helplessness. He was born and raised in the Jonesboro South housing projects. That's here in Southeast Atlanta. It's a very small 3-bedroom apartment. He lived with his 4 brothers in one of the small bedrooms. His 6 sisters lived in the other small bedroom, and his mother lived in her small bedroom. In the wintertime, it was freezing. In the summertime, it was scorching, because there was not that much money to go around to pay for utilities. The refrigerator and the cabinets hardly ever had any healthy food, and sometimes no food at all. In order to have the appearance of being able to wear different clothing. Jeffrey would share clothing with his brothers and sisters, neighbors, and friends in the community. And although the clothing was oftentimes dirty, at least it gave the appearance that he can have a different look from the day before.
So dramatic. I tried to keep it all together in a thread here. You just heard that one. And this is when I was like, oh gosh, this is going to be big on the internet.
But meant and means to Jeffrey something very personal. It was his path that he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and his many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness. He would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means. Jeffrey is talented.
He definitely kind of sets the tone. That's kind of the idea of the opening statement. I mean, you're you're previewing the jury and giving the jury something to think about, but you're trying to readjust the tone after the prosecution's opening statement, which is not hard because that opening statement was so terrible. But he's trying to kind of readjust the tone of the trial and take command. I thought he was really good, but it just depends on how the witnesses go and how the trial actually.
Video and release by his management team.
Oh, this is the Lil Wayne stuff. He addressed the Lil Wayne shooting because one piece of evidence against Thugger is some video that he made before the shooting, like challenging Lil Wayne, saying like basically, come at me, show up and see what happens. And so Brian is like trying to explain away that video here.
Video and release by his management team. Because when Lil Wayne says don't listen to his music, that impacts him. Lil Wayne is bigger than Jeffrey Williams at that time. So this creates interest in fans. You will learn that this is part of being involved in hip hop or rap. There's all these battles going across social media. It generates interest, much like the NFL have rivalries with the Saints and the Falcons and how much they hate each other. It is generating advertising. It's branding. Video and release.
I was waiting for like a professional wrestling reference there. Like, I got that tweet. Or the text message from an old friend. That was funny. I had to laugh at this. Studio game.
These are not unique and say, oh, that's the Diamond Thomas killing that Tom. Jeffrey sings about cars all the time. He names all different cars. They just pulled out the top. Drive-by shootings. These are common themes. This is, you will learn, studio gangsters. They're in the studio. They are creating music for us to listen to. These are not unique and say, oh.
And then this one, I had to laugh. I was actually out getting a coffee when I had this listening in my headphones. I was like, okay, I got to clip that out. I'm not pro cocaine. But...
Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey possess cocaine. It's the same day as the rest. This is a small amount of cocaine. I'm not pro cocaine. This is a small amount of cocaine. Now he's charging.
But so what, we got 15 minutes or so till they come back. And really the stuff that I want to go back and listen to in his opening is when he gets into the specific lyrics, because I thought I heard him even say that the release dates on some of those songs don't match up with the crimes that prosecutors are trying to connect them to. I'm like, yeah, that would be a pretty big like blunder if that's true. But let's see, Twitter's humming today. Oh, he had his handshake before he gets up. But let me see if I can bring up the earlier law and crime feed of it. We can just kind of put that on. Like I said, I don't really want to keep this feed on. You know, you guys are here. And it's gonna be back on in 15 minutes. I could. So. Oops. Here, I'm gonna rewind this because I remember hearing this. Yeah, I'm rewinding that because I remember hearing this when it was happening. Just being like, "What? A diamond surgically implanted in his head?" Let me see if we can get to the beginning of that. Oh.
These statements.
Here we go.
This is very invasive. And what happened right before this, and if you look at the date, this is right before COVID hit in 2020 in America. Sergio Kitchens has a dear friend, co-worker. He is a producer, an engineer, musical engineer. So Sergio Kitchen performs, this other person turns the music, the beats, makes it right, changes lyrics, does whatever they do. This producer or engineer's name is Chandler Durham. He goes by Turbo. And Turbo's car is stolen. And in that car are beats, lyrics that cannot be reproduced. They're the only copy. They're in a hard drive in his car. The car's stolen. And it is alleged that Mr. Huey's friends or acquaintances or people that Mr. Huey knew took that car. Not that Mr. Huey did it, but that he knew who did do it, who has that property. And Jeffrey writes to him, if you don't take it back, you're going to die. Give back your property. You will learn that no one died. You will learn that the property was never given back. That is the real leader of this feared criminal street gang. He's ignored. That's it. That's March 12, 2020. The next one is February 4, 2021. Now, this again is the personal chat. Tritavious Stevens, he grew up with Jeffrey. They exchanged clothing, dirty clothing. They went hungry together. And Woonie Lee is also a up-and-coming musical artist that Jeffrey wanted to sign, but Woonie Lee went to another record label. Jeffrey supports him to encourage his career. And this is February 4th of 2021. And what the indictment did by the prosecution through the grand jury is they put this together, and this is bad. I understand when you read it.
Objection to your argument.
Thank you.
This reads, YSL rule the world, kid. 24M on an N head. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all and stop playing with me. So when you read that, it sounds like there's a contract on someone's head. Kill him, start bringing me the money. Stop playing with me. That's threatening. What you will learn is what the prosecutor did was they took these checks from various days. This is over a 3-day period. This is February 4th, 2021, all the way up to February 7th of 2021. And they cut out all of the context. And what you will learn is that on February 4th of 2021, Jeffrey wrote, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N's head. What happened on February 4th, 2021, that was released on social media and went around the world, is one of Jeffrey's artists that he signed, who developed, he encouraged, and who made it. This person had a supposed, maybe it's real, supposed $24 million pink diamond and had it surgically implanted into his forehead. There is a photograph next to YSL Rule the World Kid, 24M on an N's head. There's a photograph. If you click on it, it is the rapper with the surgically implanted pink diamond in his forehead. The police bury this. The prosecution buries this. I will show it to you. Now, the evidence will show, they may say, oh, it's on. You may say, there's no mistakes here. This is a big deal. This is a bill of indictment in Fulton County, Georgia in 2023.
Your Honor, argument.
That is misrepresenting. You will learn. You will see it. It has nothing to do with put a contract on someone's life. That's the evidence that's coming at you. You'll start, bring me the money. Y'all, and stop playing with me. When you read, this is a long chat. These people are struggling. Quintavious Stevens is struggling. He's sharing a home with other people. They're trying to pay rent. They're working jobs. These are hard jobs to work. They're trying to save money, trying to eat, trying to take care of their kids. And Quintavious Stevens is in the chat saying, I paid the rent last month. Jeffrey doesn't live with these people. He's just included in the chat. He's hardly on these chats. And Quintavious Stevens is complaining. And he's saying, give me the money for the rent. We got to pay the rent. I paid it last month. Everyone's supposed to put the money on the stove, in the kitchen. No, I'm doing what you said you do. We live together. And Jeffrey said, y'all start just bringing me the money. I'll pay the rent. Don't stop playing. That's the overdose. That's furthering this conspiracy. That's what they did to that man. The next overt act is May 13th of 2021. This is the chat. It's again, these are the personal conversations not supposed to be seen. These are not released on social media. It's like a wiretap. This is supposed to be between these people. And it's Mr. Martinez Arnold, who, by the way, is a Crip. He's in YSL. Crips are blue, but that's why it's a hybrid gang. Everything moves to make it fit Jeff. Now it's a YSL gang that's hybrid. Martinez Arnold, Miles Farley, Quintavious Greer, that's Jeffrey's brother. Wani Lee, you just learned about him, he's an up-and-coming rapper, signed to another label. Jeffrey's promoting his career. It's not even signed to Jeffrey's label. Jeffrey's promoting him. Quintavious Stevens, you learned about him, grew up with Jeffrey. Antonio Sumlin and Jeffrey. It's May 13, 2021. And Jeffrey wrote, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Y'all ends getting soft. Well, that sounds bad. But what you will learn is the conversation was about Marquavius Stevens complaining to another person who's in that chat. That other person tried to sleep with Marquavius Stevens' girlfriend. And the other person told Marquavius Stevens' girlfriend, Marquavius Stevens is cheating on you with another girl. And Marquavius Stevens and this other man are leveling each other over this chat. And they're going back and forth, and this goes on a long time. And Jeffrey, they're acting like kids. And Jeffrey wrote, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Y'all getting soft. He's talking to people that he tries to help and that he's known all his life. That is the overt effort. He is totally taken to mislead you. I will present the evidence. And there's no apology accepted when they say, oh, yeah, we were out of context, we made a mistake. There's no mistake here. They built a theory. They have an agenda. This is wrong.
Objection, argument.
Next one. September 1, 2021. Mr. Mender is in the Fulton County Jail. When you're in the Fulton County Jail, not only are your jail calls, like a telephone call, recorded, but you can do things with loved ones where you can actually see them, like a FaceTime. Or I guess that's Zoom. But they're recorded. So it's about a 16-minute call and it breaks off. It just, you can't talk longer than that on the jail call. You got to call back and pay more money. And Mr. Mender is speaking with Mr. Huey. And the conversation starts with Mr. Huey driving in a car. You'll see this. And Mr. Mender is on his iPad or Mac or whatever device he has. And Mr. Huey meets Jeffrey Williams at a jewelry store. Jeffrey has an image. He's very, very visible. He wants to be visible. It promotes his brand. He wears gigantic jewelry all the time. His face tattoos, his tattoos on his body of the bloods of 5 stars, of his kids' names. He has 6 children. Of his brothers and sisters' names. Of the struggles he's been through. Jonesboro South. And Mr. Huey goes into the jewelry store. And Jeffrey walks up. So now you see Jeffrey in the viewfinder, in the video. And he sees Mr. Mender. And Mr. Mender knows that Mr. Huey's in a jewelry store because Mr. Huey before that showed him. And Mr. Mender says to Jeffrey, hey, I need something. And Jeffrey points to Mr. Huey. He says, speak with him, and walks away. Jeffrey's on that video audio for 31 seconds. That promotes the RICO conspiracy, that Jeffrey dares to speak with a person who's in custody and treat them well. He didn't buy anything for him. Jeffrey walked away. That's the next overhead. The next one is September 4th of 2021, so a couple days later. And Jeffrey is with Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey puts on his Instagram, it's not Jeffrey's post. Mr. Huey was in custody shortly before this. And he wrote, from lockdown to a jet, Slack is.
Says Jeffrey poses for the photograph. Jeffrey's not even looking at the photographer. Jeffrey doesn't post this. That somehow promotes this conspiracy, this violent, territorial, money-gathering, reputation-building, fear-producing conspiracy. That's the overt act. The next overt act is November 14, 2021. It's again Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams. And Mr. Huey writes, and now this again, this is a private conversation. This is not social media. And Mr. Huey wrote, "You know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama." What the prosecution leaves out is the next line by Mr. Huey, where Mr. Huey writes, "But I don't even know if this is true or not." And Jeffrey writes, "Have you spoken with Gunna or Sergio Kitchens?" And Mr. Huey responds, "Yes." And what they're talking about, if you remember, right before COVID of 2020, Jeffrey is telling Mr. Huey, get those people to return those beats. Those beats are not ever coming back. They're lost. That is proprietary information. That is valuable art. Pick up. An hour?
We're going to take a couple of breaks. 10 minutes, okay? All right, we're going to recess.
Yeah. I said, go ahead. So this is a personal chat that law enforcement, the district attorney's office got as subpoenaing the private conversation. Mr. Williams, this is Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey wrote what I read before the Honorable Judge Landlord wrote. You know, I'm ready to handle the business. I'm going to sit down if I got to without any one of y'all, my mama. And the next line that's omitted is Mr. Huey saying, but I don't know if it's true or not. And then Jeffrey Williams responding, have you spoken with Gunna, who's Mr. Kitchens, a well-known performer? And Mr. Huey saying yes. And this relates back to March of 2020, right before COVID. And Jeffrey Williams is telling Mr. Huey, you know the people who took the property of Mr. Durham, known as Turbo, who works closely with, is one-on-one with Sergio Kitchens. Mr. Huey is not in well graces with Sergio Kitchens. Sergio Kitchens holds a grudge against Mr. Huey at this time. And Mr. Huey is writing here before this, I need money to support my family. I want to work for the business. This is a big business that Jeffrey has. There are people who make the flight arrangements, book the buses, carry the bags, pack all the equipment, get the restaurants, the hotels, work in the studios, work on promotion. These are a lot of people that he employs. And the record label that he works with. He works with a publicly traded record label. And Jeffrey says, Mr. Huey's asking, can I have a job? And Jeffrey says, Mr. Huey's like, I'll sit down for any one of y'all
on my mama, I don't know if this is true or not. Meaning he's saying, I don't have the information that Mr. Kitchen wants. And Jeffrey's response is what I told him. If you're speaking with Gunnar or Sergio Kitchens, yes. That's the conversation. That's the overnight. And this is already November 2021. That's their overnight. The next one. This is something that Jeffrey posted on his Instagram. This is New Year's. It's December 31, day before New Year's, 2021. And Jeffrey made this very popular. He didn't create it, but his fans love this. And it's wipe your fingers across the nose. Wipe an end's nose. And to the prosecution, the police, the district attorney's office, that is a rally cry for violence. That's what they're going to tell you. You will learn, people do this all across the globe. You will see images of NFL football players catching a touchdown, take off their helmet, going like this. Baseball players hitting a home run in the playoff game, going like this. This is nothing of criminal activity, but it is to the district attorney's office of Fulton County. Jeffrey's also wearing across his chest, you'll see YSL. It's a very expensive pendant. And that is it. The next one is January 16, 2022, and Jeffrey releases this. It's on Jeffrey's Instagram account. And the prosecution is targeting, that's Jeffrey taking a selfie in the mirror, and he has his hand up, and the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign is like this, it looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, performed known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P. It's not a B. But that became, from the district attorney's office in Fulton County, from the City of Atlanta Police Department, a reason that furthers this supposed conspiracy. That's the evidence that they're showing you. The next one. This is Jeffrey, it's February 12, 2022. And Jeffrey's wearing YSL chain or pendant. Here's a bracelet. It'll blow up. It says slime. Like that's some bad word. Jeffrey did not invent slime. Slime comes from Jeffrey's idol, Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne made slime popular. Jeffrey uses it. Jeffrey's really popular, so people talk about slime. Anything Jeffrey does, people copy. I'm not saying you copy him, but there are people, there are fans, and everyone from his neighborhood copies him. He's a hero to those people because he's breaking those genes. He has a tattoo. We'll blow it up for you during the trial, but it's on his right chest area, and it's a B, and it's colored red. Jeffrey doesn't run away from the fact that he knows people who are in gangs from all sorts of gangs. He promotes himself through these people. He talks with these people. Just like Jeffrey, you'll find out, talks to heads of industries. He talks with everybody. He doesn't believe he's above anybody. It doesn't mean the fact that he talks with, or I talk with, or you talk with, or the prosecutor talks with, a person who's in and represents the Bloods, or the Crips, or the fashion show, or the Atlanta Hawks. We don't criminalize association. That is the next over there. This is March 9th of 2022. That is Mr. Kitchens, who we've been talking about. He's in the forefront. Mr. Williams is in the rear of that photograph. This is Mr. Kitchens' Instagram. Mr. Kitchens released Slap Business, YSL for life. Slap is a term. It's like flood. It means anything. You will see images on the internet, children singing songs, sliding, 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 sliding. People say, "What's up, Slap? What's up, slime?" That's what's being criminalized. That's the overhead. The next one becomes lyrics. Now, I separated these to just group them together, but these are songs. Some of them Jeffrey performed, some of them he didn't perform these lyrics. Some of them, the lyrics got changed because he doesn't write them down. The prosecution did not have the lyric find them. They went out and they did a database. And they searched all of Jeffrey's Instagram, all of his Facebook, all of his lyrics to try to find any mention of Bloods, Color Red, drive-by shooting, Tahoe, killings, 12, drugs. They searched for it. These are not confessions. These are not admissions. This is art. You will hear from the most prominent expert in hip hop and rap. He will tell you that these words, the lyrics, they're common. These are not unique and say, "Oh, that's the Donovan Thomas killing that Tom." Jeffrey sings about cars all the time. He names all different cars. They just pulled out the top. Drive-by shootings. These are common things. This is, you will learn, studio gangsters. They're in the studio. They are creating music for us to listen to. If you go to the first
We are back, but there's no audio for my feed yet. Eric.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, you good?
Yes.
All right, that's like what I like to hear. We're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of opening statements. At this point in time, who is the next person to give openings? Or? All right, Ms. D. Williams, you are welcome to begin whenever you like, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, nice. She looks cool. Here she goes.
Hope everybody had a good lunch.
This is Williams' attorney. I'm blanking on Williams' first name.
So I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I have the privilege of representing Rodalius Ryan over there in the back. Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become the target of the state. I'm going to break that down for you. Poor. Rodalius was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The hospital was only 5 minutes away. I don't want to throw a school under the bus or anything, but the elementary school and middle school that he went to, 98% of the children there were on free or reduced lunch. What that means is they lived at the national or under the national poverty level. At one point, the Atlanta public school system was under scrutiny. They accused educators of cheating the students. The DA kept going around saying, we got to think of the children. We have to think of the children. These children are victims. The only time the state cares about poor people is when they can exploit them. For the RICO trial for APS, they got a conviction of educators. And they didn't get any of those students any.
Our cases. I'll sustain the judgment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And in this case, they're trying to get a teenager for RICO. Young. Growing up on Cleveland Avenue is a very dangerous, destitute place. Rodalius learned early that he needed to adapt. And he did what most teenagers and preteens do. They mimic. I remember when I was younger, growing up on social media, I used to hold up a C symbol all the time because I used to love this group called Cold Rain. It was my favorite group. I used to hashtag everything, cold rain, cold rain, cold rain. After every post, it would be cold rain. It would be rain emojis. Fortunately for me, I didn't grow up poor, so the state didn't care what I was doing. Unlike Rodalius, if I had grown up on Cleveland Avenue with all these rain emojis and C, I would have been accused of being a Crip. I would have been a gang member.
I sustain.
They would have said that I was.
Oh, that. You can go ahead and continue, madam.
Thank you. They would have said my rainy emoji fit some murder that happened. Convenient. Rodalius is here because when he was 15 years old, the state told this incredible tale of murder, and when you're young and you don't have the means, it's hard to refute those claims. From the age of 15, Rodalius has been in 3 different prison systems. He's been to juvenile detention because they were holding him for the murder. He went to Fulton County waiting for the murder, and once he finally turned 18, they sent him to the Department of Correction. And I don't know about you, but a lot of people in here haven't been to prison. But if you've ever gone to prison, you would know it's overcrowded, it's underfunded, it's violent, and you have predators everywhere. And unlike maybe college or a new job, you don't get an orientation when you first go to prison to figure out how you need to do anything. Rodalius had to do what he's had to do since day one, survive in prison. And if you look at Rodalius, you can see he's maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. So he posts things. He posts things on Instagram. And I wouldn't even call them Instagram posts. I would call it a survival post. He has to boast. He has to be boastful. He has to show people, this is what I have. Because he has to protect himself. It's prison. So you put poor, young, and convenient together, and what do you have? You have the perfect scapegoat for the state. This indictment has 28 co-defendants. The prosecutors keep saying, we're trying to clean up the streets of Atlanta. We're cleaning up Fulton County. We're trying to drive crime down. You just heard me say Rodalius is in prison. The jurors got it wrong in that murder case, and they convicted him. He's going to be there for life. They're not cleaning up the streets of Atlanta. They're cleaning up the prisons. And I promise you, the people in the prison, the wardens, they know how to handle their inmates. They don't need the DA's help. They have it. Out of 65 counts in this indictment that you guys had to listen to, Rodalius is only in one count. He's only in RICO, that's it. Out of 190 overt acts, Rodalius has 8 of those acts. 3 of them are for the murder that I've already told you about. 5 of them are survivor posts. He has to do these posts so he can survive prison. So why are me and Rodalius here? Because the state was to put on a show. Rodalius is in less than 1% of this whole indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society. You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Rodalius, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just drag him out of prison to jail to make this bigger than it has to be. We're basically distractions. So, as a juror, what can you do to tell the state we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodalius Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
All right, who else wishes to make an opening statement? Mr. Apt? All right, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. It is more important that innocence be protected than it is that guilt be punished. For guilt and crimes are so frequent in this world. That's a quote from the man who wrote into our Constitution what the presumption of innocence means. His name was John Adams. He was the second president of the United States, right after George Washington. Why is that quote important? Why is the presumption of innocence important? Why did that get included in our great Constitution? Because we want to make sure that we don't accidentally send innocent people to prison. Innocent people don't get punished. I have the great honor of representing Deamonte Kendrick, who's sitting in the gray vest at council table with me, along with my co-counsel, Doug Weinstein. Doug, stand up so everyone can see you. Also, you'll meet or hear from at times Katie Hingerty. She was here yesterday. She was the tall woman with blonde hair. And the three of us have the great honor and privilege of defending Mr. Kendrick. I've been practicing law here in Atlanta for almost 30 years, exclusively representing innocent people like Mr. Kendrick. He is not guilty. He is not guilty of every accusation and every count in the indictment that the state alleges. Let me say it a third time, just so you're clear. He is not guilty of every single charge against him. He is presumed innocent, as our great Constitution demands. And we won't have to prove anything to you, as the judge told you. The burden will always lie on the state, and boy, is it a high burden, beyond reasonable doubt. Now, it's not a mathematical certainty. The judge, Judge Granville, who's a great judge, by the way, and very smart and knows the law really well, will instruct you as to all the law. None of the lawyers will. But that beyond a reasonable doubt standard is a tough standard for them to meet. And the evidence in this case against my client is so very weak. The state's not going to be able to come anywhere near the standard required. My client, Mr. Kendrick, grew up here in Atlanta in a tough neighborhood. He did not come from money. He was poor, hungry, deprived, socioeconomically disadvantaged. But he had a loving mother, a mother who's been with him the entire time of this case and will be every day. And she made sure that he had the best upbringing that he could. You heard Mr. Steele earlier talk about the disadvantage of how Mr. Williams was brought up, and my client had a similar upbringing. It was tough. Food, clothing were sparse. But he dreamt of a better life for himself and for his family. And through hard work, through creativity, maybe a little luck and fortitude, he became a very successful musical artist, a rapper. Now, despite Mr. Kendrick's mom's best efforts, he did get into some trouble. And we acknowledge that. We don't hide from it. We don't skirt it. Mr. Kendrick, you'll find out, went to prison between 2015 and 2020. So the state is actually limited because during those years, he's locked up. He can't possibly be committing any crimes that they've alleged. You'll also hear that he pled guilty to a crime right here in Fulton County in 2017 while he was locked up. And he admits that wrongdoing. He owns it. He paid his debt to society. But he also worked hard and obtained success in the music industry. And not just for fame or money. Mr. Kendrick did it because he wanted to give back to his community, a community that was disadvantaged. And that's exactly what he did when he got successful. He did tremendous civic duty. You'll hear evidence that he volunteered, he helped coach a youth football team, and he gave back to his community. He gave back because he knew it was the right thing to do. Now the state, and the evidence will show, the state, the police, and the prosecution want to use Mr. Kendrick's past. They put it in the indictment. Despite having paid his debt to society, the state is going to use his prior conviction to try to bootstrap these old crimes that he's already paid his debt for to get you, to convince you that he's guilty of these new offenses. They're going to try to get a second bite of the apple, despite the fact that he served his time, that he pled guilty. They want you to find him guilty again because of a debt he's already paid. And that's not right. They can't prove, using actual evidence in this case, the new crimes that they're alleging in the indictment, so they have to get you to pay attention to the old past he left behind. The evidence will show that he is not guilty of the charges in the indictment, and that the police and the prosecution's case is so incredibly weak. But they have to distract you with the old Mr. Kendrick. The Mr. Kendrick that paid his debt and pled guilty and served his time. It's like a bad magic trick. You ever see a bad magician who's like, look over here, while they're picking your pocket? That's the evidence the state wants you to pay attention to. I've been involved in a lot of RICO and murder cases in my career, in almost 30 years of doing this job. But the judge told you, and the prosecution told you, this case is unique, different. Why? It's going to take months. There are going to be hundreds of witnesses. It is massive. It's definitely the biggest case that any of us have ever been in. Maybe the biggest case in the history of the state of Georgia. Why is that? Lots of murder cases, gang cases, RICO cases take 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks to try at most. Why is this case going to take months? I'll tell you why. Because the evidence will show the government has got to drag in hundreds of witnesses to dance around the weak actual case that they have. They've got to bring in 5 experts to tell you what a gang is. They've got to bring in an expert to tell you what an Infiniti is, an Infiniti automobile. They've got to bring in dozens and dozens of witnesses that are not going to say, Mr. Kendrick committed a murder. Mr. Kendrick possessed or sold drugs. Mr. Kendrick possessed illegal firearms. They're going to tell you everything under the sun that dances around the facts and hope that after hundreds and hundreds of witnesses, you're either so confused or so worn down that you'll believe the state's theory. If the case were direct and the evidence were true, it wouldn't take long to trial because they bring to court someone to say, I saw Mr. Kendrick kill Donovan Thomas. They don't have that. And we're going to talk about what else they don't have, but they don't have enough evidence to prove my client guilty of any of these charges. And so to put lipstick on a pig, they've got to try and bury you with hundreds of witnesses that won't tell you that my client's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Why not bring in someone to say, Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were on a firearm. Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were on a bag of drugs. Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were in the Infiniti that was used to kill Donovan Thomas. Mr. Kendrick's DNA was present at the scene of the crime. Why not bring in one witness out of the hundreds that you're going to hear from that will just say, I saw Mr. Kendrick do it? Why not? Because it doesn't exist. And our Constitution and our set of laws and our democracy demand more. They demand that high standard. You may not like Mr. Kendrick or any of these other defendants, but we are not here for a popularity contest. We are here to decide something so much more important. And the state doesn't have the evidence to do it. The evidence doesn't exist, not real concrete evidence. The evidence will show that the state is trying to find Mr. Kendrick guilty by association. That's what they want you to believe. Because they want you to find him guilty because who his friends are. The evidence will show that he had friends, that he knew people, that he associated with people. I thought in America, we had freedom of speech, freedom of association in the First Amendment. But the state wants to present evidence to show you that those freedoms are not true, that the Constitution does not matter. They want to present evidence that Mr. Kendrick is guilty by who he hangs out with, the color of the clothes that he wears, the symbols he makes with his hands, and the beautiful lyrics that he writes and sings. Those aren't actual crimes, that's just free speech. And that is what is on trial here, the First Amendment of the Constitution. They want you to look at evidence and say, these people are guilty because they exercise their right to free speech in America. That's not just wrong, it's un-American. Now, the evidence will show you in 2020 that when my client did get out of prison, due to his hard work, his talent, he became a famous rap star. Almost like find lottery ticket. You know, the chances of a young person going in the music industry and making it are very, very small. But that made him successful. He used his brain, his creativity, and his really hard work to make his family and his mother proud. And the government wants to punish him for that success. They told you in their opening argument to find him guilty because of overt acts. And they had the gall to tell you that those acts didn't even need to be crimes. Judge, that's what the evidence will show. That's what the state says the evidence will show. They told you that those overt acts don't even have to be crimes, but you should, as a result, find him guilty of criminal RICO. This isn't a civil trial, this is a criminal trial. And they told you he doesn't even need to commit a crime, but you should find him guilty of a crime. Does that make sense to you? Does 1 + 1 equal 3?
Objection, misstatement, argument.
I stand in objection to that. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard counsel's last remark.
What are the charges against? Thank you. What are the charges against Mr. Kendrick? The first and the biggest is a murder. We've heard a lot about the murder of Donovan Thomas already. Now, Donovan Thomas died, and it's tragic, and murder is wrong. The state had the nerve to show you an autopsy of the opening argument, not because they needed to prove that Donovan Thomas died, but to exaggerate and scare.
Objection, argument, not what the evidence will show.
The evidence will clearly show that Donovan Thomas died. We concede that, and it's a tragic occurrence. And my client and his family grieve for the family of Mr. Thomas. We don't think it was acceptable. But my client had nothing to do with that man's death. He died because of a drive-by shooting at a barbershop on January 10th, 2015. And what happens next? The police arrest the wrong group of people. They admit they arrested the wrong group of people. You heard Mr. Sharp and Mr. Seal tell you about Kenneth Copeland and Deamonte Garlington and the others who were arrested for this crime. And the police charged them. And what is the evidence that turned out that those people got their charges dismissed and Mr. Kendrick got charged instead? Are there fingerprints of Mr. Kendrick on anywhere at the crime scene, on the body of Mr. Donovan, in the car that was used, on a firearm that was used? Are there fingerprints anywhere that tie my client to that crime? No. What about DNA? Is my client's DNA anywhere related to the death of Donovan Thomas? No. What about ballistics? Are you going to hear evidence that there was a match between the bullets or the gun used to kill Donovan Thomas that was a gun ever possessed by Deamonte Kendrick? No. Are you going to hear from a single witness out of the hundreds of witnesses that are going to be brought here by the state? One. I beg you for one witness to come to court and stand right here on this witness stand and say to you, I saw Deamonte Kendrick kill Donovan Thomas. Will that occur? And the answer is resoundingly no, because my client is not guilty, ladies and gentlemen. He's an innocent man, wrongfully accused of a murder he didn't commit. And if that doesn't get you upset, I don't know what will. It makes me angry. Not one witness. There's videotape that the state will present of an Infiniti automobile driving by the barber shop and being used to kill Donovan Thomas. Are you going to hear witnesses that say my client owned the Infiniti, rented the Infiniti, leased the Infiniti, was the rightful driver of the Infiniti? Nope. Will you hear or see evidence to the contrary? Oh, yes, you will. Shortly before Donovan Thomas dies, the state has another video of my client getting into, are you ready? A Pontiac Bonneville. Not an Infiniti, a Pontiac Bonneville. So, will you see evidence? Will the evidence show that my client is Superman and can fly through the sky from one car to another? No, you will not. He is not Superman. Maybe he's Mr. Spock and he can teleport. You will not hear evidence of his ability to teleport from one car to another either. And yet, the state claims he's guilty of murder. Now remember, you heard previously about a man named Nicholas Robinson, whose real name is Spencer Wright. He came in and told the police, and they made arrests of Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and others. The state's key witnesses. But you've also heard evidence that Mr. Copeland is a terrible liar and a terrible person and himself. A gang member, not to be trusted and not to be believed. But that's the state's key witness who says, oh yeah, it wasn't me, it was Mr. Kendrick and others. Why do we know he's lying? Not just because his lips are moving, but because he was one of the people who was originally charged with the murder. How naive does the state have to think you are to not understand that the incentive for Mr. Copeland to lie is as simple as, I'm charged with the murder. If I say someone else did it, then I don't get charged with the murder. It's a ridiculous theory that they have, quite frankly. And the evidence is so super thin and super weak, it reminds me of nothing more than a Krispy Kreme donut. Thin air. In fact, Mr. Garlington, when he's interviewed by the police, says, yeah, I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas. They have no way to corroborate it. They have no actual evidence. The state wants you to buy into this theory of murder, and our Constitution demands you don't. They charged a bunch of people, the police, the Atlanta Police Department, figured out, oh, we messed up and got it wrong, but now we're going to charge a bunch of other people. But trust us this time. Does that imbue trust to you? Is that evidence that you'll hear about that seems trustworthy? No, it is not. That evidence is completely untrustworthy and unbelievable and unreliable. It's a bad magic trick. No fingerprints, no DNA, no witnesses, no ballistics, and videotape that actually exonerates and proves that he's not guilty. Krispy Kreme donut hole. What's the next charge against my client? Well, there's a bunch of them involving guns. And 3, to be exact. One is that he's charged with possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. If you're committing some other felony and you're using a gun, you get charged as an extra charge. The second is possession of a machine gun. Just let describe to you, Mr. Steele described to you what a fully automatic weapon is. Pull the trigger once, all the bullets fly. That's illegal. And the third is possession of firearm by a convicted felon. And yes, Mr. Kendrick's convicted. So he's not allowed to possess a gun. And he knows that. And again, the indictment. We've talked a lot about the indictment. You're going to get it. It's a document. It's a long document. But the indictment charges my client with those 3 firearm charges, all stemming from one date, March 9th of 2022, the date that Mr. Kendrick is arrested. So what happens on March 9th of 2022? He's at a house owned by Jeffrey Williams, his friend and colleague, who he's made beautiful music with, wonderful music that's entertained millions of people. And at that house, the police, and there's dozens and dozens of people at this house on the night of March 9th of 2022. It's not like there's 2 or 3 people there. Dozens. And there are guns in the house. So, how do we get to firearms being in the house to Mr. Kendrick possessing firearms? We don't. We don't. There's not going to be a single piece of evidence showing that Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints are on any of the guns. There's not going to be a single piece of evidence showing his DNA is on the guns. And quite frankly, you'll learn, and the evidence will show, there's something called touch DNA. What is that? You're going to learn that if I touch this table, and my hand is here for a couple seconds, I don't just leave my fingerprints behind, I actually leave some of my DNA behind. And that can be tested, forensically tested by the police and by the GBI lab and the state of Georgia. So there's no fingerprints on the guns that belong to Deamonte Kendrick. There's no DNA. There's not a single person at the party or a single witness who says Deamonte Kendrick had any of these guns. No one is going to say he bought any of the guns. No one's going to say he sold any of the guns. No one is going to say he possessed any of the guns. But they're going to want to do a dirty magic trick and show you his past. He pled guilty to a gun offense years ago. And so he must have been possessing the guns. That's their theory. Assume and speculate to find him guilty. That's not what we do in this country. That's not what we do in a democracy. That's not what we do with our Constitution. And that's not what we do when someone's presumed innocent and has to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. One witness, please, that says Deamonte Kendrick was holding a firearm that night. Deamonte Kendrick bought one of the guns. Deamonte Kendrick used one of the guns. No one. No one's going to testify to that. And why is that? Because he didn't have any of those guns. He was at a house where there were guns. That doesn't mean he was in possession of illegal firearms. You could go to a party where there are 50 people, somebody has guns, you don't know about it, maybe you do, but it doesn't mean you're possessing the guns. That's what the evidence is going to show. He was there. could have been a bazooka in that house. I don't care. Mr. Kendrick wasn't in possession of any firearms, illegal, machine gun, or otherwise. He didn't control a gun. He didn't use a gun. He didn't buy a gun. He didn't sell a gun. He didn't hold a gun. Not one witness. And there are dozens of people that they could call to say, oh yeah, I saw Mr. Kendrick hold a gun, but not one. And there could be hundreds of witnesses. I want to bury you with witnesses so that you'll forget about the presumption of innocence and what real evidence is required. Zero, not zilch, donut hole, reasonable doubt. What will they show you? What will the evidence show that night on March 9th? Well, they'll show that Mr. Kendrick was afraid. He's a black man in America, and there's a team of people swarming a house with firearms. He's not sure if the police or not. But in 2022, after COVID, BLM riots, people like George Floyd died, he had a reasonable and healthy fear, fight or flight. Mr. Kendrick doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight the police, and he doesn't want to fight people who aren't the police if they're armed. But he knew that there were people swarming the house with guns, and it turned out they were the police. So what did he do? He ran. He did the absolute smart thing to save his life. He was afraid, and he ran. And the police caught up with him shortly thereafter. Now, he's not charged with fleeing the house. He ran because he was afraid, and that's a reasonable thing to do for him. Given how he grew up, where he grew up, and the state we live in. And when the police caught up with him, just shortly thereafter, did they find him holding an FN, the type of gun Ms. Love described? Did they find him holding a strap machine gun? Did they find him holding a Glock? Did they find him with an AK-47, an AR-15, or any other kind of gun? No! He was unarmed because he never had a gun. There's not a scintilla of evidence that you should believe that Mr. Kendrick is guilty of any of those 3 firearm charges. Not a scintilla. Hundreds of witnesses. I asked for one to come to court and say, Mr. Kendrick was holding a gun that night. What about the next set of charges? They're drug charges against my client. But all the drug charges against him, possession of cocaine, possession of coke, all the drug charges alleged against Mr. Kendrick are again from March 9th of that year. From the date he was arrested, the party at Mr. Williams' house. And apparently the police find drugs in the house, where there are dozens and dozens of people. So again, I ask you, listen to the evidence. What will the evidence show? Will the evidence show my client's fingerprints on a bag of drugs? No. Will the evidence show my client's DNA on a bag of drugs? No. Will a witness come to court and tell you he was using drugs that night at the house? No. Is there a videotape of my client snorting a line of cocaine? No. Is there going to be a witness who tells you that my client sold him drugs? No. Is there a witness that's going to tell you that my client bought drugs? No. Is there going to be any evidence that my client possessed, used, bought, sold, controlled drugs on the night in question? Absolutely not. There were drugs at the house. My client was at the house. There are dozens of people at the house. 1 + 1 does not equal 3. It's another Krispy Kreme donut hole for the prosecution. Zero, nada, zilch. We're not going to hear evidence that my client's blood or urine was tested and that it was in his bloodstream there was cocaine or other drugs. And the indictment says that the drugs that they're charging him with are from that date, March 9th, 2022, the day he was arrested, not any other day in his life. So the question you have to ask, the evidence you have to look at is he possessing drugs while he's at the party at that house? And there is no evidence of that, just like the guns. The next charge against my client is gang activity. And the gang activity they allege, very specifically in the indictment, it's not just any gang activity, it's gang activity related to the possession with the intent to distribute illegal drugs from March 9th of 2022. And again, where is the evidence? Not one witness. They also allege that he committed gang activity based on the guns. Same thing. There's just no evidence of it. It is not illegal to be part of a group in America. Freedom of association. Otherwise, the Atlanta Falcons would be an illegal street gang because they wear red and black and they have certain symbols they wear. And the Braves, certainly the Braves, because they lost in the playoffs. Maybe the state of Wyoming died that. It's not illegal for my client to want to wear the color green and do fancy symbols with his hands. But they're going to bring dozens of witnesses in to talk about that. So what? That's not a crime. Illegal gang activity requires my client to have committed a crime and be in a gang. And YSL is not a gang, but we'll get to that in a minute. They want to attack free speech and freedom of association. They're guaranteed to us in the Constitution. And if they want to do that, then they should go out and arrest the Falcons and the Braves too. Not one witness is going to come to court and say, Mr. Kendrick possessed, sold, bought, used drugs as part of gang activity. Or possessed, sold, used a firearm as part of gang activity. I want you to tally, keep count, take notes. How many witnesses the state brings in this case? Hundreds. And I want you to remember this conversation I'm having, this one-sided conversation I'm having with you all. About how many witnesses say, my client possessed a firearm because he was a YSL gang member. My client possessed drugs because he was a YSL gang member. What is YSL? It's a successful, massively, worldwide, internationally successful record label. And my client was a part of that record label and a successful rapper and blessed with the ability to make that music. And last I checked, those lyrics, which the state is going to try and use, are just part of free speech. So we've eliminated murder, we've eliminated the gun charges, we've eliminated the drug charges, we've eliminated gang activity based on gun or drug charges. So what's left? What's left is count one, RICO. I've told you, that's a term that most normal people don't use for good reason. It's a very complicated legal term. Most lawyers don't even understand it. I'm going to try to explain it to you. And you've heard a lot about overt acts versus predicate acts. Are you confused already? You should be. They want you to believe, and they want the evidence to show, that Mr. Kendrick is guilty of this vast conspiracy because who his friends are, who he hangs out with, the colors he wears on his clothing, and the lyrics that he writes, the rap music that he makes. And they suggest to you this is all part of a vast conspiracy. But the reality is, some of these lyrics may be offensive to you, and that's okay. Because in a free society, we have free speech. That doesn't make it a crime. The state says that the evidence will show that they dug to find out the murder and then used the lyrics to support it. You know, I watched Goodfellas. It was a movie about real crimes that took place. It was written by Martin Scorsese and acted out by Robert De Niro. The DA's office is going to go arrest Mr. Scorsese and Mr. De Niro. They're exercising their free speech to tell a story. Why can't my client, Mr. Williams, do the same and write lyrics about crime? Maybe they're offensive. Maybe the movie Goodfellas is offensive because you see people committing crimes. But in a free society, we're allowed to exercise free speech. It's the price we pay to live in a free country, and it's a great price. Just because someone raps about murder or other crime does not make it a crime. Why do they rap about that stuff? Because it sells records and it allows them to creatively express their feelings about how they grew up and where they grew up. And they are proposing a war on the First Amendment of freedom of association and free speech. They don't like those lyrics. They want to send a message to all those inner city kids in Atlanta who dream about getting out of the ghetto and becoming successful musicians. And their message is, you rap lyrics about crime, we're gonna indict you and charge you and brand you a criminal. That's un-American. That's wrong. The evidence will show that the state of Georgia and the city of Atlanta have been blessed in the last 20 years by the entertainment industry. And not just rap music, TV and film, and all kinds of entertainment. And some of it's fictional. And that's okay. It's okay to rap about crime or life or your experiences, even if it's not true, even if it didn't really happen. That's just free speech, ladies and gentlemen. That's not evidence of a crime. That's protected in our Constitution. It's a protected part of living in a free society. YSL was a very successful record label, and there's going to be evidence of that. It made millions and millions of dollars. That's not a criminal street gang. But it's not just a successful record label. It gave my client the opportunity to give back, to volunteer his time and some of his money. He coached an inner city youth football team. Does coaching that inner city youth football team support their RICO accusation? Because they told you the overt acts don't have to be a crime. Maybe now we should criminalize civic volunteer work. I don't know where it ends if we start making free speech illegal. They want to lump Mr. Kendrick in. They want to have you find him guilty because of other people's crimes or crimes that he already paid his debt to society for. So the state presented you some of the examples of that. Lil Wayne's tour bus got shot up. That's horrible. Whoever did that should be punished. But there's no evidence my client was there to pardon it. They're alleging that's part of this case. The shooting of Chanel Drakes you heard about, gunned down in a rental car. But they're not alleging Mr. Kendrick took part in that either. And what about the attempted stabbing of Rayshawn Bennett, who's known as YSL another rapper? And the armed robberies they allege. None of those incidents involve Mr. Kendrick. But what they're going to argue to you is that if Mr. Kendrick was part of the YSL label, or what they call the YSL gang, that even if he's not charged with those crimes or involved in those crimes in any way, he should be found guilty of RICO conspiracy, even if he didn't commit a crime. And that's wrong. It's just wrong. That's why they have to go to such great lengths and bring hundreds of witnesses in to establish other crimes, other acts, other incidents that my client had nothing to do with. It's a bad magic trick. Look over here at Lil Wayne's tour bus. If they actually had evidence of my client committing a crime, we'd be here for a week, not months. The conspiracy they want you to criminalize is being a rapper in America and being successful. They want to attack the First Amendment. They want to attack free speech. They want to attack capitalism because they don't like rappers who rap about criminal behavior in Atlanta. And they're telling you that this is a pattern of activity, a trend to attempt to control and exert influence. But really what they're showing you is, if we don't like your speech, then some free speech is wrong and illegal. And you should find my client guilty as a result. They don't want you to find Mr. Kendrick guilty based on his actual actions, just based on the words he wrote and said. They don't want you to find Mr. Kendrick guilty of his actual actions because they don't have the evidence of it. They don't have the evidence of a murder or illegal guns or illegal drugs. They don't actually have that. So instead, they've got to play their bad magic trick. But you're smart and you can listen to the evidence and you will see it's nothing but a Krispy Kreme donut. That's what the evidence will show. You heard about wiretaps. It's basically the police listening in on people's phone conversations. And that's fine. They get a judge to approve it, they're allowed to do that. And there's hundreds and hundreds of hours of wiretaps. And I dare you to listen to all that over the next few months and hear one time my client saying, I have a gun, I have some drugs, I committed a murder. It doesn't exist. Nowhere. I'm part of the YSL gang. Remember, they told you that the YSL is this sophisticated gang, so there's no written agreement, there's no verbal agreement. It's just something you have to trust them with. Does that sound right? Just trust that. Take the government's word. And they're going to bring in experts on gang activity to tell you that the record label is a gang because they think so. Well, they work for the state, for the police. They're going to tell you what they want you to hear. But use your brain. Use your common sense. All those wiretaps, you're not going to hear Mr. Kendrick say one time, I'm going to do something illegal. Whether it's a violent crime, a gun crime, a drug crime, or admitting he's part of a gang. Not once. In hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of wiretaps. And why is it you won't hear that? Because what is he actually? He's a former convicted felon, a former gang member, and a current recording artist, a current rapper with YSL, and a current member of society doing civic duty. They have to point at his past and get you to only look at that, because the actual evidence from March 9th and from January 10th, the 2 dates in the indictment that accused my client, there's no evidence of him committing a crime. The state turned over to us, prosecution, 6 terabytes of data in this case. Now, I'm not a computer expert, but I want to talk to you about what the evidence will show. A lot of that evidence you're going to hear and see. What is a terabyte? It's an enormous amount of computer data. And here's what I'll sort of tell you the analogy is. If it were pieces of paper, 6 terabytes would be 420 million pages of documents. 420 million pages. That's how much evidence there is in this case. Is there one page? Is there one witness? One set of fingerprints, one set of DNA, one videotape that shows my client committed a murder, that shows my client possessed illegal drugs, that shows my client possessed a firearm, that shows my client committed illegal gang activity, or that my client conspired with others to commit crimes? It's a donut hole. It's a Krispy Kreme donut hole. You don't get the glaze, you don't get the donut, you just get the air in the middle. What did Mr. Kendrick do? Oh, they have pictures of him flashing gang signs and wearing green. They have pictures of him standing on the hood of Rayshawn Bennett's car at Lenox Mall. Oh, God forbid. He stood on the hood of another rapper's car, and they want you to believe that is the evidence that he's part of this vast conspiracy. No, standing on someone else's car, it's a nice car, is juvenile. It's silly. Maybe it's even a misdemeanor. But they didn't charge him with that misdemeanor. Instead, they charged him with a RICO conspiracy. Standing on the hood of this other rapper's car must be proof that he's part of this vast conspiracy they're alleging. Quite frankly, the real juvenile behavior is all these hundreds and hundreds of witnesses to try and prove something that doesn't exist. There are lots of other overt acts, and I'm not going to belabor each one of them to you because you heard most of them from Mr. Steele and from the state. But you've also heard from me. If there's a witness who says Mr. Kendrick possessed a firearm or possessed illegal drugs or murdered Donovan Thomas, they saw him murder Donovan Thomas, and bring that person to court. Mr. Copeland, their star witness, is going to come to court and say that Mr. Kendrick admitted to him, Mr. Copeland, that he was part of the group that killed Donovan Thomas. You going to believe Mr. Copeland, who has every incentive to lie? That's the evidence they want to rely on? That's what they're keeping us here for months and months for? The guy who was charged with the crime, who now says it's not him, it's my client instead? Please tell me there's something better, something else that we're here for. Please tell me we have anything near proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't. There's no real or concrete evidence my client committed a crime. Not a single offense. Not RICO, not gang activity, not guns, not drugs, and definitely not murder. Ms. Love talked about the wolf pack. I understand that. She thinks the evidence will show that. But I really think it's more like the boy who cried wolf. You know that old story. There's a wolf, there's a wolf, there's a wolf. And it turns out there wasn't a wolf. That's the state's case, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why you will come back many months from now and find my client, Mr. Deamonte Kendrick, not guilty on every single count. Thank you.
Mr. Harvey, you wish to make an opening statement this time, sir?
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Gardner, we would reserve our opening statement under Uniform Superior Court Rule 10.2 until the completion of the state's case.
So noted, sir. All right, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You guys just need to stretch your knees. My name is Careton Matthews Sr. Attorney Teresa Mafood and Attorney Careton Matthews Jr. We have the pleasure and the honor of representing Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings. Who is Marquavius Huey? Marquavius Huey is 27 years old. He is 27 years old. He was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised in Jonesboro South housing projects, as you have heard about over these last several hours throughout these various opening statements. He has 6 other brothers and sisters, and he actually graduated, ladies and gentlemen, from South Atlanta High School in 2014. He has 2 children. He has a 4-year-old son, Major, and a 1-year-old daughter, Journey. Mr. Marquavius Huey is not a convicted felon. He can sit on a jury. He can own a firearm. He can vote. And he can do what other law-abiding citizens can do as a non-convicted felon. He has goals, ladies and gentlemen. He has goals of being able to one day open a store, a retail store that sells men's and women's clothing. It's one of his goals. And when he grew up in Jonesboro South, ladies and gentlemen, he grew up with various folks that live in that community. As any community that you live in, you gain friendships and you grow up together. And Mr. Huey, he grew up with Jeffrey Williams. They were friends from childhood. That's what the evidence will show you. We'll learn it. Now, let's get into the overt act 76. This is a theft by receiving of a handgun in 2018. That's one of the overt acts in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in that particular indictment, back in 2018, that actual indictment was brought by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. They brought it in 2018 against Mr. Huey. Also in 2018, they reduced it to misdemeanor disorderly conduct. They gave him 12 months probation, and they agreed to that reduction. This table, this organization, this agency, in 2018. Now, in 2018, they reached that agreement with Mr. Huey. Now here we are in 2022 when this case was indicted, and now in 23 when it's being heard, they're using the same charge that they initially charged him with, of theft by receiving of a handgun. They reduce it down to a little misdemeanor, disorderly conduct. And now they say, hey, let's tell the ladies and gentlemen of this RICO trial that this is an overt act in a RICO conspiracy in a YSL case. That's what they have brought to you in this indictment. The evidence will show that in 2018, this had nothing to do with anything concerning RICO. Because the evidence will show, had it, now keep in mind, the dates 2013 to even the present is what the government just told you all yesterday, was this RICO conspiracy. So in 2018, ladies and gentlemen, if this particular overt act has anything to do with a RICO conspiracy today, why did the same agency decide in 2018 that a felony theft by receiving charge negotiated, agreed to, should get reduced down to disorderly conduct? But this is what the evidence will show. You will learn it, and this is what's been handed to you. Now, let's break it down. This indictment. Counts 3 through 7 we're going to go through first, and then we're going to go through another grouping of counts. But these are, there are a lot of charges in this indictment with respect to Mr. Huey. There are a lot of charges, right? But when these charges are put together the way that they are supposed to be, you will see as we get through this case that there are 2 cases that we're dealing with in these groupings, and then we're going to talk about another incident concerning the Fulton County Jail. So just stay with me. We're going to get there. Let's first talk about April 26, 2019. These are counts 3 through 7. Count 3, overt act 88. Mr. Huey is charged with armed robbery. They're saying that on April 26, they're alleging that Mr. Huey, as a party to a crime, committed this armed robbery against this gentleman by the name of Dewan Maynard. That's what that particular count talks about, an armed robbery, using a firearm with an unknown person to take these items from this person. We're going to get into details, but I'm going to go over the charges first. Count 4. They are charging Mr. Huey with overt act 89, aggravated assault, saying that with that same firearm that Mr. Huey pointed the weapon at Mr. Maynard as he took the items, and that this makes up an aggravated assault. That's the charge. Going over the charges, then we're going to get into what the evidence is going to show. That's count 4. Count 5, the same one case we're talking about, the same one grouping, aggravated assault, because there was this other individual by the name of Damon Jenkins who was with Mr. Maynard. So they have charged Mr. Huey with this ag assault on the Damon Jenkins. Same grouping, same incident, April 26, 2019. And then count 6 are these tag-along charges that you typically come when you get charged with an armed robbery. You're going to get an ag assault, you're going to get a possession of a firearm during a commissioned felony. That's how the government, that's how they indict cases. Those are the charges. We'll get into all that later, but these are the charges. We'll get into that at a different stage in this trial. But that's count 6, saying that Mr. Huey had in his possession this firearm when this alleged incident happened, where they are claiming that Mr. Huey was involved. We're going to get into it. And then 7 is that same gun charge against Mr. Damon Jenkins. So that's 3 through 7, ladies and gentlemen. April 26, 2019. So what happened? Let's get into it a little bit. April 26, 2019, around 12:39 a.m. in the morning, at 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, at this apartment complex called Core Lindbergh Apartments. That's a stock photo of that particular complex. Now, here's the story. The story is that, and we're not disputing that this incident happened. We're disputing that Mr. Huey is ever a part of it. Mr. Huey stands before here. He signed an indictment and indicated that he is not guilty and he is innocent of these charges. And we stand here straight and we look you in the eye and we stand tall that Mr. Marquavius Huey is innocent. So, April 26, 2019, you've got 3 individuals. They have left the apartment unit, and these 3 individuals are walking in the parking deck, right? They're walking to their car. 3 individuals. As they're walking to the car, these 3 individuals, they see 2 black males get out of a vehicle they described as a black Mustang with a temporary tag. So these 3 individuals, they're in the parking deck, they're walking to their car, and 2 other individuals get out of the car and they begin to chase these 3 individuals. There's video surveillance in the parking garage. You will likely see this video surveillance. It's the government's case, and they get to present their case however they choose. If they choose to show you a video, you will see it. Right? Now, let's talk about these 3 individuals that are walking from their apartment to their car. Deamonte Jenkins, he lives there. He knows the apartment complex. He knows the parking deck, right? So he lives there. He's familiar with his spot. He's familiar with his crib, right? So he runs down the parking deck. So he sees them. He's walking. He sees them. He goes down. So he goes essentially left. Okay? That's Deamonte Jenkins, the apartment lessee, the owner of the apartment, his crib. Dewan Maynard. Dewan Maynard is with Deamonte Jenkins, right? What does he do? So he's visiting his friend, Deamonte Jenkins. Deamonte Jenkins has the keys to Maynard's vehicle. Maynard is the one with the jewelry and the items, right? Maynard, he goes right, and he goes up the parking deck, right? And he's running. Now, you've got this armed robbery that is occurring. You've got Deamonte Jenkins going left, down the deck. You've got Maynard going right, up the deck. Now, pay close attention. The two perpetrators, they decide that they are going to go after one person, not two, right? This is an armed robbery, right? You've got two perpetrators, you've got three victims. One of those victims goes left, Jenkins, Maynard goes right. Maynard is the one person out of those three that those two perpetrators go after. So you've got two individuals that are the perpetrators chasing Maynard up the parking deck. The third male, I guess he goes down and he is not chased. He goes down, one goes left, he ducks, the other one, Maynard goes up the deck, the two perpetrators chase Maynard. That's the story, that's how it's happening. Now, the two perpetrators, they reach Maynard. When they reach Maynard, ladies and gentlemen, Maynard, he says when he got hit with, one of them hit him with a firearm, and that they took items. Now, these are the items that Maynard says were taken. This is what he says were taken. He says a ring, a diamond 5-point star ring. He says 2 gold chain necklaces, one with a cross, another with diamonds, 1 pair of diamond earrings, a gold Gucci bracelet, a SunTrust debit card, a Gucci bag, a Louis Vuitton bag, and some cash. So you got all this grouping of items that Maynard says that was taken from him. You've got police officers galore that come over to the scene, right? So you've got responding officers, you've got white shirt officers, you've got sergeants, everybody responding there, trying to figure out what happened. They talked to Maynard and Jenkins, right? They talked to the security guard, Joel Hines. Joel Hines, he says that, I was patrolling the area. I saw this black vehicle had been parked and running for about an hour or so. It had tinted windows, and I couldn't see inside. And, apartment owners, sometimes they'll come sit in their apartment, in their cars before they go inside, so I didn't think anything of it. I didn't see anybody. I didn't get a look at anyone. So the security guard, he doesn't see any individuals that are in the black vehicle. They canvass the parking deck. The officers, they get surveillance videos from the parking garage. So that's what the officers are doing. That's what they did that night, right? Now, here's where it gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen. On April 26, 2019, at 12:39 in the morning, that's when this incident happened. Deamonte Jenkins, when he goes left, Deamonte Jenkins, who's the department owner, when he goes left, he goes downstairs, he runs out, and he happens to see an officer, he flags him down. So that officer's right there, pretty much. All right? And then other officers start coming and converging on this incident scene to try to figure out what happened. But on that same day, later that day, Maynard, the one whose items he claims were taken, he does this, I don't know if he does an internet search, what he does. How in the world of millions of social media people that are on social media, Instagrammers, people that have pages, Maynard calls into zone 2 and he tells the police that he just happened to be scrolling Instagram and he saw a person wearing his diamond 5-point star ring. Imagine that. Less than hours. So what does he do? Maynard calls in. You will hear evidence that when he calls in, that he sends some photographs. I'm going to get to that. So the case is assigned to Detective Jeffrey Henderson on April 28, 2019. So the case now has a detective. A couple days later, Detective Jeffrey Henderson now has this case. What does he do when he gets the case? Well, he gets Maynard to send him these photographs. He views the video surveillance footage that he obtained from the parking deck, from the apartment complex. And he asks him to send some pictures of the jewelry. So send this information that you found on Instagram, send me some pictures of your jewelry, and send me some videos, and let me take a look at the video surveillances that I was able to get from the parking deck. So these are the photographs that Maynard, the victim in the case, he sends Detective Jeffrey Henderson 2 separate Instagram pictures of 2 separate people. On the left there is a picture he sends of someone else, some person in the world on social media. Maynard sends that photograph, and he sends the one on the right. The one on the right is Mr. Huey's Instagram. The one on the left is someone else's Instagram. He sends these to Maynard, to the Detective Henderson. 2 different people with the same ring, or the similar ring, or some ring that looks like the one that he owned. The same day. So he becomes his own detective. Now, the video that was obtained from the parking garage, ladies and gentlemen, that video, it shows the 2 perpetrators running after Maynard, right? One of those perpetrators has on like a black jacket and maybe some red pants or something of that nature. The other person has on a gold puff jacket and some black slacks, pants or jeans or whatever. So that's what the video is showing from the parking garage. So what does Detective Henderson do? So he goes on to Mr. Huey's page, and I guess starts scrolling Mr. Huey's page. Oh, Mr. Huey has a gold puff jacket. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? In this particular, Mr. Huey's is on the right, standing in front of a black Infiniti vehicle that belongs to his lady, Justice Woodard, who is the mother of their two children, Major and Journey. On the left is a photograph. You heard Mr. App talk about that huge discovery that was sent to us. The evidence will show that that particular photograph is part of the discovery that came to us in this pile of evidence that is a part of this case. That on the left are two young men. And what's interesting here, ladies and gentlemen, is that apparently that year, the gold puff jacket from Zara was a very popular item for young people as part of their wardrobe. We know that because you're going to learn that this is what was sent to us, and that is what was going on with the dress back in 2019. 3 different people with the same gold puff jacket that was provided to us in discovery, that the government provided to us. So the gold puff jacket is relevant here. Why? Because what was Detective Jeffrey Henderson's investigation at that point? Maynard sends him these 2 hands with the similar jewelry. Maynard sends him a piece of jewelry of his own to say, hey, you know, this is what was one of the items that was taken from me. And the video, ladies and gentlemen, from the apartment complex shows a person with that similar gold puff jacket. And what does Detective Jeffrey Henderson do with that information, ladies and gentlemen? He completes it. He completes his investigation. This happened on April 26, 2019. 4 days later, he was arrested on that investigation. That is the case. Now, there is no photographic lineup that was ever done. Maynard never says he saw Mr. Huey that night on April 26, 2019. They're not wearing masks. Mr. Devon Jenkins never selects Mr. Huey out of any photographic lineup. In fact, there was none done. There was no photographic lineup performed or attempted to be performed by Detective Henderson for the benefit of Maynard or the benefit of Jenkins in this case. He took what he got from that video surveillance, went on to receive the information that Maynard sent him, and decided that there was enough for a warrant. No photographic identification, no fingerprints left at any of those scenes, no shell casings that are linked to any firearms belonging to Mr. Huey. None of it. That's what you're going to learn. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that at any arrest that was made against Mr. Huey, with respect to these items that Mr. Maynard says were taken from him, a gold 5.5-star ring, these necklaces, these items that we're talking about here, the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton, the debit cards, none of those items have ever been found on Mr. Huey's person, on Mr. Huey's any car, in any residence. None. That's the state's case for those grouping of charges, ladies and gentlemen. No DNA. Detective Henderson didn't even, when they arrested Mr. Huey for those particular charges, those groupings of charges, he didn't come down to the jail and even pull him out of the cell and say, hey, I want to talk with you. Are you willing to talk with me? Of course, that's Mr. Huey's right to either talk to him or not talk to him, but he didn't even try. No other witnesses out there at that location that are going to tell you that they ever saw Mr. Huey at that location. That's what you're going to learn about that grouping of cases. No photographic lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting. Listen to me very closely. You will not hear any evidence of a cell phone tower locating Mr. Huey at 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia. You will not hear it. In the technology-driven world that we live in, cell phone evidence is powerful in terms of being able to put people at locations. Ask me, did Detective Henderson make any efforts to do that? You will learn the answer is no. Okay, that was that grouping of cases, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? That was that case from April 26, 2019. Okay? Now let's move on to this other grouping of cases that we just, that I want to talk about now. So let's move on to another time and another place. Let's go to October 1st, 2020. Now, count 14, when you all get this indictment, count 14 over Act 116 charges Mr. Huey with armed robbery, alleging that Mr. Huey and another unknown person committed an armed robbery against a gentleman by the name of Gary Holloman. That's what count 14 says, by use of a firearm. That's 14. 15, we're still on October 1, 2020. These next series of counts are going to deal with one day. This particular count, 15 armed robbery, says that on that same evening that Mr. Huey, along with this unknown person, committed this armed robbery against Deamonte Kendrick, who is out there with Gary Holloman at an address that we're going to get to in just a moment. But I want to go over the charges first, and we're going to get into the facts in a moment. So that's the charge right there. Count 15, an armed robbery concerning Deamonte Kendrick. Count 16, this is a big case, ladies and gentlemen, so give me an opportunity Try to organize it as best you can. Because we definitely have been learning all year how to organize a big case. Count 16, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Like I said, whenever there's this armed robbery allegation, it's going to come with a host of other counts and charges tagging along with it. Because that's the way the state and government, that's how they do it. That's how they get down, and that's how they do it. That's their right, and that's how they want to bring it. But we're going to talk about it. Count 16 alleges aggravated assault. So whenever you commit an armed robbery, then you've got a firearm, then you're going to get an aggravated assault charge with it. That's the aggravated account charge that deals with Gary Holloman. That's 16. 17 deals with Delisha Coppage. $18 is another way of alleging an armed robbery. When you specifically use a firearm to take this clicker out of my hand, that's armed robbery. But if this clicker were an automobile, and I was sitting in this automobile, and you use a weapon to demand me to get out of the automobile, it's an armed robbery, but they call it, it's a separate charge that's called hijacking of a motor vehicle. Basically, it's an armed robbery of a car, or a truck, or a vehicle. That's count 18. They're saying that Mr. Huey, along with this other person, took a 2016 Buick LaCrosse from Gary Holloman. That's 18. 19, again, whenever there's a weapon that's involved, they're going to tag along this possession of a firearm to the commission of, in this case, the ag assault with a deadly weapon and the hijacking of a motor vehicle. So you're going to get a possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony charge. Same thing with respect to Ms. Coppage. Armed robbery and an aggravated assault to take that cell phone that she's saying was taken. You're going to get a count 20, a possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And then what they've done is they've said in 21 that this was gang related. So they tack on a criminal street gang charge. And the same thing for Ms. Coppage. So those are the street gang charges that they've alleged. That's 23. So let's get into it now. So those are the charges, ladies and gentlemen. On October 1, 2020, 250 Fulton Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia. Not very far from where we are now, over by the juvenile court building. They're alleging that on this particular October 1, 2020, in the evening hours, that these charges that we just talked about occur. Now let's deal with it. What is being alleged here? Gary Holloman, who's no longer with us, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Holloman sold pills for a living. He was a drug dealer. And Mr. Huey had gotten injured. And his injury was the result of a shot to his leg and being out in the public and living in the area, there was a shooting incident. He got shot. Okay? When he got shot, he ran out of the ability to get medicine the right way. So what did he do? He found that this guy Holloman that he knew through this other person, Mender, that Mr. Holloman sold Percocets. So what happens? He had been dealing with Mr. Holloman for some period of time. You're going to hear about it. And how do you know you're going to hear about it? Because when Detective Henderson comes into this courtroom and sits in this witness stand, I'm going to ask him questions about it. Now, Huey knows Gary Holloman because they have been doing business. Mr. Holloman purchased 2 or 3 pills periodically, $20 a pop, Percocets. And he dealt with Holloman various occasions. Nothing unusual. I'm gonna meet you. I'm gonna call you, right? He calls him. Huey calls Holloman from time to time, right? And when he calls Holloman from time to time, Holloman, in fact, you will learn through Henderson that Henderson, when they arrested Mr. Huey on these charges, they sit Mr. Huey down in an interview room. And when they sit Mr. Huey down in an interview room, Henderson reads him his rights. And Mr. Huey agrees to talk with him without an attorney. Because I don't have anything to hide. I'm okay talking to you without a lawyer. He sits down, talks to him. And Mr. Huey, he didn't know specifically why he was even being arrested at that moment. And you'll hear about it, right? And when you hear about it, Henderson is saying, hey, somebody's saying that you carjacked him. Okay, tell me about it. What are you talking about? And then Huey and Detective Henderson, Huey says, okay, so you're talking about the streets have been talking. The streets been talking. They saying that I set Holloman up. They saying I set Holloman up. I didn't set Holloman up. I deal with Holloman. I didn't set this man up. Holloman chose this particular location for us to meet, and we've met before. I know this man. In fact, now here's where it gets real interesting. In fact, Huey says to Holloman, to Henderson, Detective Henderson, you can look through my phone. So, Henderson looks through the phone. And what does he see, ladies and gentlemen? He sees
Your Honor, we're going to object to this portion of self-serving hearsay.
Yep, the evidence will show.
I'll overrule the objection.
The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that Henderson, they have the phone out. Huey is leaning over. Henderson has the phone. They're scrolling. Okay. But the warrants had already been written up. He was in jail. He was arrested that night. He was being arrested for it on the 24th of November, 2020. But Mr. Huey shows Mr. Henderson that he and Holloman had a relationship. You got something I want, you got something that I want to get, some Percocets. They're available. That was our relationship, right? Now, that's what Huey says to Henderson, and is corroborated in a phone that belonged to Mr. Huey that Henderson was allowed to look at on that particular morning when they arrested this man. So that's what came out from Mr. Huey. Let's talk about what came out from Mr. Holland when he called 911. So what does Holloman basically say in...
If it's Hillshire Farm, oh, hell yeah.
The 911 call, he says that I just got robbed, and he says my nephew homeboy robbed me. My nephew's homeboy robbed me. That's what he says. And I was meeting with him because my nephew wanted me to give him some money to put on my nephew's books at the Fulton County Jail. That's what Holloman says to 911. Now, you're going to ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show that you don't need to give money to your nephew's homeboy to put on your nephew's books at the Fulton County Jail. The evidence will show there are many ways in which you can put money on somebody's books at the Fulton County Jail instead of giving money to your nephew's homeboy. So, you are going to have to reconcile that story that my man Holloman told 911. And in the 911 call, he didn't say, that's what he said. My nephew's homeboys, I'm putting some money, giving money to giving some money to my nephew homeboy. That's what he said. So you're going to reconcile those. You're going to have to balance those two versions of events. You're going to have to ask yourself, and here's the other thing you're going to learn with this same case. You're going to learn that Mr. Holloman tells Mr. Henderson that Mr. Huey didn't have a firearm. And he's going to say, whatever he's going to say from my understanding is somebody just walked up out of the dark and put a stick on him and took his car, not Mr. Huey. What is Deamonte Kendrick? Deamonte Kendrick, you're going to learn that she actually lived at 250 Fulton Street, right? And that Mr. Holloman was there to meet her, right? And you're going to learn from Deamonte Kendrick, if they decide to call her as a witness, that they interviewed Deamonte Kendrick in September of 2022, shortly after they indicted this case that we're here today on. They decided to go out and, do their field interviews of their alleged victims and talk to them. In September of 2022, Deamonte Kendrick tells Officer Investigator Viverito, she tells this law enforcement person that, they took BG's car, Gary Holloman, BG. They took BG's car, and they also took my car, the other one left in my car. You will hear that. And there had been no information, allegations of her car ever being taken on October 1, 2020 until September 22nd, 2022, when she told it to investigator Viverito. Mr. Huey's not even charged with taking Deamonte Coppedge's vehicle. Why would she say something like that? So you all, as the triers of fact, fancy little phrase that we use in the legal business, you all, as the deciders, will have to determine with whom you will believe. What is the credibility? So those are things and decisions that you will have to make. But her car was never, ever taken. These are the items that were claimed that had been taken: a Buick LaCrosse, Kerry Holloman's cell phone, Deamonte Coppedge's cell phone, and Mr. Holloman tells him $10,000 in cash. You will be assessing the credibility of witnesses throughout this case. For each of these wrongfully accused individuals that are seated at these tables. Now, witnesses are going to come into this courtroom, and they're going to sit right here. And you'll see me. You may see Attorney CJ. You may see some of these other lawyers. We're going to be standing right here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be asking them questions on the witness stand. And they can come into this court and raise their hand, promising to tell them God's honest truth. And when we get them into this courtroom, and when we cross-examine them, and we bring it out and establish certain things, we're going to come back to you, and we're going to tell you why, when we set this in opening, that this is the way it should go. Let's change gears. One last gear, a few last gears to change. I know it's a long day, we're getting there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to a different day and time. So that was that case. So we have covered counts 3 through 7 for an April 26, 2019 situation. We have covered, and by the way, before I get into this, let me back up one more step. No Buick LaCrosse was ever found in Mr. Huey's possession. No cell phone was ever found in Mr. Huey's possession belonging to Deamonte Coppedge, Gary Holloman. And in fact, there's technology out here, ladies and gentlemen, where these smartphones, these iPhones, they stay on, right? You can track these bad boys. We're going to be asking questions down the line. So when I'm up standing and cross-examining and talking to these witnesses, pay very close attention to, that technology, these smartphones. What did Detective Henderson do to follow up?
Mr. Matthews, I hate to interrupt your opening remarks. Can we take a brief comfort break? How much longer do you have, sir?
Probably 30 minutes.
Let's take a comfort break, okay? All right, 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so yours.
Right. I think I'm gonna have to sign off. Guys, I've got that interview in like 6 minutes. Actually with XXL magazine. It should be cool. I gotta chug some water, try to get my voice back here too. So they're gonna be back in like 10 minutes, but this stream won't be on. So check out the Law and Crime Network. I mean, all I'll link it here. Or also, if you guys want to go somewhere else, like all the TV stations, I think all the Atlanta TV stations are streaming this, because that's why anyone who wants to stream this can, because it's a cool. Like if you went to the Atlanta courthouse and were like, I'm a journalist, I want to film this, they'd be like, we're already filming it. Just get the cameras that they have. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Sorry I didn't talk much today. You can kind of tell my voice is going out, gotta save it. But I'm definitely gonna keep watching this. I will be around tomorrow morning, so I'm interested to see who the first witness is and how things go. So I'll definitely be checking in, and I want to write some stories on this later. Like, I think it'd be really interesting to do something
shortly thereafter.
So I'm gonna do that. So yeah, tomorrow morning, I'll be around. In the morning. I'm not sure. I definitely can't commit to like doing a live stream like every day, but I can do something tomorrow morning and kind of talk about the witnesses and stuff. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Enjoy it. It should be an interesting trial. I mean, especially as the witnesses get going, who knows when people are going to testify. I mean, everybody's kind of heard that, possibly Lil Wayne could testify. You just never know. I mean, I kind of doubt. I wonder if he's actually going to testify, but you never really know until it happens. Like in the Harvey Weinstein trial in California, all the reporters were told, and he was on the witness list. It was in openings. We all thought Mel Gibson was going to testify because he was a friend of one of Weinstein's accusers, and Weinstein's accusers supposedly confided in him. So we all thought like through the trial that he was going to testify, and then they just didn't call him. So you kind of never really know until these things actually happen, but I'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. So thanks everybody for tuning in, and hey, be sure to follow the reporters on the ground too. I mean, I'm in California right now. I'm not in Atlanta, and there are reporters who are actually at the courthouse there, and they don't really have the advantage of being able to, clip out the law and crime clips so much, but they're doing the work. So I want to do a thread like shouting them out on Twitter. I know like Jewel Wicker is there, and then the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporter. So I definitely encourage you guys to follow all their stuff like from the courthouse, and I'll try to link to them when I can. So thanks everybody for tuning in.